Ladies and gentlemen, the Alabama Senate will now come to order. Our prayer today will be delivered by Dr. Otis Culliver, pastor Historic Tabernacle Church in Selma, Alabama. Dr. Culliver is the guest of Senator Rob Stewart.
You bow with me. Most gracious and eternal Father, we are so grateful to you for this another day and another opportunity to serve you and to live out your purposes in the world. I thank you for these public servants who daily strive to make the lives of Alabamians better. I ask you to grant them wisdom to discern your will and what's in the best interests of all of our citizens as they legislate and govern. Help them to be mindful of the least of these, those who are without, those who struggle on a daily basis. Remind them that their decisions impact the lives of so many people. So help them to walk humbly with you, to love mercy, and to do justice. We pray these things now in the name that is above every name, our soon coming King. Amen.
All right, today the pledge will be led by Dr. Culliver.
Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dr. Culliver. Great to have you today. Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Allen, Mr. Barfoot, Mr. Beasley, Mr. Bell, Mr. Butler, Mr. Carnley, Mr. Chambliss, Mr. Chasteen, Ms. Coleman, Ms. Coleman-Madison, Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Reed, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Schofield, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shillnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams,
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 25 senators present, which is a quorum. The Senate is ready to transact business.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move that we excuse absent senators.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move that we dispense with the reading of the journal from the previous legislative day and that we adopt said journal.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All right, any motions or resolutions? No. All right, sorry. Before we do that, we're going to do committee reports first. Hey.
Mr. President.
All right, Secretary, call the first committee.
From the Committee on Confirmations, Senate Confirmation number 120, appointing Shane Nobley to the Credit Union Administration Board, receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
President, I move the Senate confirm Shane Nobley to the Credit Union Board. It's not on the board yet, so I can't see, but now we don't have a previous roll, so calling a long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Allen, Mr. Barfoot, Mr. Beasley, Mr. Bell, Mr. Butler, Mr. Carnley, Mr. Chambliss, Mr. Chasteen, Ms. Coleman, Ms. Coleman Madison, Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Reed, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Schofield, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams,
A 25 ayes, 0 nays. Shane Nobley's confirmed. Before we move on to the next confirmation, I want to recognize some special guests in the gallery. When I call your name, if you could please stand. These are all the guests of Senator Gudger, the Coleman Mayor and the City Council, the Coleman Economic Development Director and Agency, and the Coleman City Parks and Recreation Director and Board. Welcome to Alabama Senate. Great to have you all in Montgomery. All right. Secretary, call the next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 122, appointing Bill Wells to the Credit Union Administration Board. Receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
All right, Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move the Senate confirm Mr. Bill Wells to the Credit Union Board. I think my colleague may have some comments. He said to go ahead, so using a previous role if no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. Bill Wells confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 130, appointing Harold McClellan to the Administrator of the Alabama Credit Union Administration Board. Receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move the Senate confirm Harold McClellan to the Credit Union Board using previous role of no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
26 ayes, 0 nays. Harold McClellan's confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 125, appointing Artie Pack-Mabian to the Alabama Sickle Cell Oversight and Regulatory Commission. Receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move we confirm the Artie Pack-Mabian to the Sickle Cell Oversight Board using previous role of no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. Artie Pack is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 129, appointing Lee Hilliard to the Alabama Sickle Cell Oversight and Regulatory Commission. Receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move the Senate confirm Lee Hilliard to the Sickle Cell Oversight and Regulatory Commission using previous role of no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. Lee Hilliard is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 126, appointing Julie Cantor to the Alabama Sickle Cell Oversight and Regulatory Commission, receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
President, I move the Senate confirm Julie Cantor to the Sickle Cell Oversight and Regulatory Commission, using previous role with no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. Julie Cantor is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 127, appointing Leah Wiggins to the Alabama Sickle Cell Oversight and Regulatory Commission, receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move the Senate confirm Lee Wiggins to the Sickle Cell Oversight and Regulatory Commission, using previous role with no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. Leah Wiggins is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 128, appointing Jacqueline Williams to the Alabama Sickle Cell Oversight and Regulatory Commission, receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move the Senate confirm Jacqueline Williams to the Sickle Cell Oversight and Regulatory Commission, using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. Jacqueline Williams is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 123, appointing Linda C. Garrett to the Alabama Sickle Cell Oversight and Regulatory Commission, receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
All right, Senator Livingston.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate confirm Linda Garrett to the Sickle Cell Oversight and Regulatory Commission, using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. Linda Garrett is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation number 124, appointing Janet K. Martin to the Alabama Sickle Cell Oversight and Regulatory Commission, receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the Senate confirm Janet Martin to the Sickle Cell Oversight and Regulatory Commission, using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. Janet Martin confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation. This concludes confirmation.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the body for your help this year.
Yep. Thanks, Senator Livingston. All right, Senator Reed.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Mr. President, we've got a couple of messages that I'd like to receive. Conference committee report.
Okay. All right, Secretary, call the first conference committee report. Senate Bill 103.
Do a favor for me, if you will. I think they're good to go.
Report of Committee on Conference. We, the Committee on Conferees, appointed to reconcile the difference between the two houses concerning Senate Bill number 103, if met, consider the matter and agree to the attached Conference Committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senators Barfoot, Orr, and Smitherman. Conferees on the part of the Senate. On the part of the House, Representatives Almond, England, and Simpson.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Mr. President, on this particular legislation, it is Senator Orr's legislation. He may wish to make a comment. I'm going to ask you that you recognize him.
All right, Senator Orr.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House kind of goofed things up between the committee and the floor. The substitute deals with the whistleblower protections. It's certainly an agreed upon change, and I would move that we concur with the conference committee report.
Would you like to use previous roll? All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
27 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs on Senate Bill 103. All right, Secretary, call the next conference report. Senate Bill 309.
Mr. President, I think this is an executive amendment.
You're correct.
Message from the governor. I received Senate Bill 309 and believe that the bill should be amended. As enrolled and I presented to me, this bill would make certain changes to the state's procurement law, and I believe should receive full consideration as part of a separate standalone bill. For this reason, and at the request of the bill sponsor, I'm returning Senate Bill 309 to you, this body in which it originated, without my signature and with the below executive amendment. Respectfully submitted, Governor Kay Ivey.
Mr. President,
Senator Chambliss.
with that explanation, I'll just move to concur with the governor's executive amendment using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
You want to be on the roll?
29 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs on the executive amendment on Senate Bill 309. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
Message from the governor. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that if Senate Bill 278 is to become law, it should be amended to enhance the integrity of the proposed distress institution of higher education revolving loan program. For these reasons, I'm returning Senate Bill 278 to you, the body in which it originated, without my signature and with the below executive amendment. Respectfully submitted, Kay Ivey, Governor.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Mr. President, this legislation is Senator Wagner's legislation, and I believe he is comfortable in a vote to concur with the executive amendment using the previous roll.
All right, any objection to using previous roll? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs on Senate Bill 278, executive amendment. All right. Secretary, call the next House message.
Message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has concurred in and adopted the report of the Committee on Conference on the disagreement of the two houses on the Senate amendment to the bill, House Bill 192, relating to the Alabama Sunset Law. Respectfully submitted, conferees on the part of the House, Representative Reynolds and Wilcox, conferees on the part of the Senate, Senators Barfoot and Gavan.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Mr. President, this conference committee report I've discussed with the sponsor, and they are looking for a motion of concurrence with the conference report using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs on House Bill 192. All right, you want to call another House message?
No, sir, Mr. President. I think that's all we have. Point of order, Mr. President.
All right, you're recognized.
Where are we in the regular order?
All right, we just finished up committee reports, and so we finished confirmations. Now we're moving on to motions and resolutions.
Okay. So with that, I have a motion, excuse me, a resolution.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution, please.
Mr. President,
Senator Reed.
I'm going to submit this, and ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, let me make you aware that this is commending those that support us, the Alabama Law Institute Senate interns, for their fantastic service during this legislative session, and I'm going to ask that this be read at length.
All right, Secretary Reed, receive the resolution and read at length, please.
And at the appropriate time, Mr. President, I'm going to ask that all senators be added as co-sponsors.
Senate resolution by Senator Reed commending the Alabama Law Institute Senate interns for exemplary service during the 2023 legislative session. Whereas highest commendation is herein extended to the Alabama Law Institute Senate interns for exemplary service during the 2023 legislative session. Whereas the Alabama Legislative Internship Program was established to include student interns in the state legislative experience by allowing them to observe and participate in the legislative process of state government, and the program has evolved into an integral part of the Alabama legislature. And whereas during their tenure with the Senate, Molly LaFavor of Golden, Colorado, Mia Wright of Mobile, Alabama, Caroline Crowley of Headland, Alabama, Alex Martinez of Montevallo, Alabama, and Carter Ashcroft of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, mastered complex legislative issues and assisted staff members with numerous undertakings. Whereas these remarkable Alabama Law Institute Senate interns have made a lasting impression by demonstrating a keen interest in the legislative process, exhibiting a spirit of service and devotion to the public good, and completing tasks with the attention to detail. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the Legislature of Alabama that highest commendation is extended to the 2023 Alabama Law Institute Senate interns for their exemplary service, and it is directed that a copy of this resolution be presented to each of them in admiration and appreciation, along with best wishes for continuing success in future endeavors.
All right, thank you, Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think the Secretary has instructed us that we're allowing, ladies and gentlemen, the interns that have served us to be here on the Senate floor. Mr. President, these folks are bright and brilliant, and our future is in good hands with folks like these. We appreciate their service to the Alabama Senate.
Yep, couldn't agree more. Thank you so much. All right, any other motions or resolutions? All right, Senator Wagner.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
I have a resolution from Rules.
All right, Secretary Reed, receive the resolution from Rules.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution number 225, creating the Joint Interim Study Commission on Grandparents Raising Grandchildren, receives a favorable report.
Very interesting subject. Move adoption of the resolution.
All right, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Resolution's adopted. All right, any other motions or resolutions? Senator Coleman, do you have a motion or resolution? Okay, we'll wait till it gets there. Yeah. Singleton, did you have a point of personal privilege?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. I'd like to take this point of personal privilege to say thanks to this body for the work that we've done, especially these young interns who have come and helped us out through this legislative session. I see some really bright minds, as Senator, the leader talked about earlier, and just hopefully that we can continue to bring new bright talent, because the state of Alabama is about retaining our talent, and this is where we help retain that talent by exposing our talent to what we do and how laws are made, how policy is made, because these are the young people who we are telling them what to do in their lives, and so this gives them that opportunity to see how the sausage is made, and we really want to thank them, Mr. President. So thank you for that point of personal privilege.
All right, thanks, Senator Singleton. Senator Orr?
Thank you, Mr. President. I also want to commend our interns, but I had another topic I'd like to bring up, which is this weekend you've got a series of baseball games going on in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, and you have on one side, the number one seed for all the NCAA baseball, Wake Forest, and you have, on the other side of the diamond will be the University of Alabama Crimson Tide. I think they're 16th seed in the Super Regionals. So part of me would love to take bets, would love to talk smack, talk it up. But one thing you learn as a Wake Forest fan, they can always snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. So we're going to stay humble, not proud. If we win this thing, we'll talk next February about it, and I'll talk a little smack then. But then the football season would have occurred, and Alabama probably had a lot to brag about. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Warren, War Eagle. All right, Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually have a resolution commending Mr. William Brown for being selected as the Alabama Trucker Association, and this is backdated for 2021. He was honored. The governor did a proclamation as well. And when I became senator, they approached me about why in the world did we not do anything from the Alabama Senate. So that's in essence what the resolution does. And at the appropriate time, I'd like for all members to serve as co-sponsors.
All right, first let me get the resolution. Secretary Reed received the resolution.
We're good. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Coleman. All right, any objection on that to adding all senators co-sponsors? All right, hearing none, so ordered. All right, any other motions or resolutions? All right, now move on to local bills. Secretary, call the first local bill.
On page 21 of the calendar, House Bill number 517 by Representative Faulkner relating to Jefferson County.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move passage of House Bill 517 using the short roll call.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 517 passes. All right, this concludes local bills. All right, Senator Wagner.
Mr. President,
Senator
I
Wagner.
have a report from the Committee on Rules.
All right, Secretary Reed received the report from the Committee on Rules.
From the Committee on Rules, Senate Resolution number 99, Special Order Calendar. Be it resolved by the Senate that the following bills in the order name shall be the special, paramount, and continuing order of business, taking precedence over all other matters until disposed of for the 30th legislative day only. On page 14, House Bill 501 by Representative Ingram relating to district attorneys. On page 18, House Bill 253 by Representative Clark regarding taxation. On page 10, House Bill 366 by Representative Pascal regarding motor vehicle registration. On page 10, House Bill 390 by Representative South relating to environmental covenants. On page 17, House Bill 304 by Representative Rafferty relating to alcoholic beverages. On page 20, House Bill 486 by Representative Hall relating to the Alabama Women's Tribute Statute Commission. On page 19, House Bill 435 by Representative Lomax regarding compensation of election officials. On page 9, House Bill 450 by Representative Cole regarding the United States Uniformed Services. On page 20, House Bill 458 by Representative Yarborough regarding the Board of Registrars in Lawrence County. On page 12, House Bill 64 by Representative Bolton regarding firearms. On page 3, House Bill 230 by Representative Simpson relating to crimes and offenses. On page 16, House Bill 251 by Representative Starnes regarding motor vehicle registration. On page 13, House Bill 328 by Representative Robbins regarding civil procedure. On page 15, House Bill 246 by Representative Pascal regarding the cosmetology licensure compact.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move the Senate adopt the report from the Committee on Rules using the short roll.
All right, Senator Singleton.
Mr. President, I would just like to speak to the
Recognized.
motion. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a slow down filibuster or anything. We've been just asked to kind of slow the pace because of some things that are going on. We didn't want to move too fast. So I'm just going to take a few minutes to talk about this calendar until we can get a couple of housekeeping things on the floor together. This is what I call a good calendar. At least it looks to be very non-controversial. But I can always find some controversy in every one of them. However, it is a workable calendar. And so with that, this is a workable calendar that we think that has some good legislation on it that sets good policy for the state of Alabama. A range of different lots of programs in here, district attorneys removing limitations on authorizations to hire personnel based on residency. If that's to help the DA's offices, we need our DA offices with the number of attorneys and other staff that's necessary. 253 it's a tax credit bill, and that is a great bill that has allowed the state of Alabama to lend tax credits or give tax credits to developers of old historic buildings, as we've seen that we'll put in a new bill that's going to put the number of years and where we start in terms of what is historic and what is not. In this bill also, we'll look at a different kind of scoring system and how we score these different projects. And because we do have a backlog on projects in the loop, trying to get them filled, I think there's going to be an amendment that's going to come to add some more money to this historic tax credit to be able to help with that backlog as we move forward with that. I, along with Senator from Chambliss from over in Otago County, serve on that committee to where we basically kind of score these projects. And as we've gone through the years, we've seen some changes, and we saw changes that were needed in order to make it a better program. This program that doesn't only just touch urban areas, but it also touches the rural. While I wish that we could get a little bit more money, more activities out of the rural areas, but there are some projects that are coming along that are in the rural. But when you look at our major metropolitan areas like Birmingham, Mobile, Montgomery, they are taking advantage, and we're seeing the fruits of this money. It is one of the better turnarounds for tax dollars that we've seen. We've seen hotels being renovated. We're seeing bed and breakfasts being renovated. We're seeing old historic museums being renovated. In the past, we used to do people's home, and I just thought, I was a little eerie about that why should we be giving credit to someone just because they're living in an old home to be able to get that tax credit. So we kind of stopped doing that. So we wanted to be more commercial building, business, and where people will be allowed the public can be able to benefit from it, so that we're knowing that where our tax dollars are going. So this bill is going to come up. This is a great bill. It has shown to be a good bang for our buck and the return on our dollars. Representative Pascal has a motor vehicle registration bill for military distinctive license plates. I sit on that tag committee. You know, and we'll deal with this as it comes, and it's basically for retired or honorable discharge members of the U.S. Marine Corps and for Space Force. And it'll be, I think it has the amount that is going to be in there, I think it's $3 or something of that nature on that bill. 390 environmental covenants to further provide actions not to consider environmentally response projects. This is the bill. Thank you, sir. And on the 304, it's alcoholic beverages, provide that food and beverage trucks can sell in all municipalities. We passed the bill out of the House last year, or year before last. I think that that dealt with this same thing of giving, just like we have food trucks, you can now have alcohol trucks in the state of Alabama, and they were basically just centered around certain class of municipalities. So in order to be fair to everybody who want to do this, to open it up, if you have an entertainment zone, you can be within those entertainment zones in those cities to where you could be able to go out and sell. And we'll be bringing some amendments to that bill just to look at it. And we'll get that passed and make that bill a little bit better for where we are and what needs to happen to make that even better. Let's look at HB 486, Alabama Women's Tribute Statute Commission, exempt from public works competitive bids for securing statutes. I have not looked at that bill, so I can't expound on that. Compensation for 435, compensation for election officials to increase compensation for poll workers. When we went to 12-hour days, we were able to look at how we were working our people, and those are some long hours to be working at them for a minimum amount. Some of our workers are aging. It's kind of hard to get other people to come and do the work, so we just need to probably increase that compensation. And I think that we got kind of worked out what we want to work out on the floor. Mr. President, if you would allow me to, I'd like to continue to make the motion to adopt use in previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The special order calendar is adopted. Secretary, call the first bill.
On page 14 of the calendar, House Bill number 501 by Representative Ingram regarding district attorneys.
Mr. President.
Senator, you're recognized.
Thanks so much. HB 501, we've passed the companion version of this at the Senate already. It simply takes away the requirement that an assistant district attorney would have to live in the same circuit that they might otherwise be employed in. And unless there are questions from my colleague across the way, then I'd move for final passage of HB 501.
All right, would you like to use previous role?
We have a good previous role. I would like to use previous role, Mr. President.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 501 passes. Thanks, Senator Barfoot.
Thank you, sir.
Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 18 of the calendar, House Bill number 253 by Representative Clark regarding taxation, committee amendment pending.
Mr. President,
Senator Singleton.
move for adoption of committee amendment, use of previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
29 ayes, 0 nays. The committee amendment is adopted. Senator Singleton.
Mr. President, this is the historic tax. I have it right here. I'm going to offer it. And I have an amendment that is an agreed upon amendment.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill 253 is engrossed by Senator Singleton. Replace line 187 on page 7 with the following.
Mr. President, I would like to yield to the gentleman across the way who is a part of the agreement.
All right, Senator Orr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to thank you, the gentleman, for working with us, and this will help get the backlog, some of the backlog of the tax credits, but this bill is going to make a lot of qualitative improvements, which we need to do. The senator serves on the committee that approves these, and he's seen them come through the years, and we could do better. And this bill will help us do better and making better judgments, but also getting rid of some of the backlogs and then get on with making good decisions per this bill. Thank you.
Mr. President, with that explanation, I'd like to move for adoption using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Object? You want the long roll? All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot.
Who asked for the long roll?
Mr. Beasley,
He just wanted to be added. Okay.
Mr. Bell, Mr. Butler, Mr. Cardley, Mr. Chambliss, Mr. Chastain, Ms. Coleman, Ms. Coleman Madison, Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Reed, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Schofield, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shellnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagoner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams,
28 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Singleton amendment's adopted. All right, Senator Singleton.
Mr. President, move for third reading, but dispense with use of previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams,
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 253 passes. Also like to recognize a special guest on the floor as a sponsor of this bill, Representative Clark. If you could please stand. Yeah, welcome to the Alabama Senate. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 10 of the calendar, House Bill 366 by Representative Pascal relating to motor vehicle registration.
Mr. President.
Senator Kelly.
Mr. President, this bill basically takes the U.S. Marine Corps and make it like the other military tags. It is a little different and unique in that it is administered differently, and this takes the cost and reduces it down to the same as the others, and also adds the U.S. Space Force to tags as well, sir. I move for final adoption by previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams,
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 366 passes. Thanks, Senator Kelly. All right, Secretary, call the next message.
on page 10 of the calendar, House Bill number 390 by Representative South regarding environmental covenants.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, so this bill is similar to the one we passed out of the Senate version of it. It simply makes above-ground storage tanks to be treated the same way underground storage tanks are regarding environmental covenants. And if there's no questions or anything, I move for final passage using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 390 passes. Thanks, Senator Livingston.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill on the calendar.
On page 17 of the calendar, House Bill number 304 by Representative Rafferty regarding alcoholic beverage sales.
Mr. President, this is the bill I talked about based on the food trucks. I have an amendment for that bill.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the amendment.
Borrow your pen right quick. What I'm doing is not just only in those claims.
Amendment to House Bill 304 is engrossed by Senator Singleton. Replace lines 37 through 38 on page 2 with the following. Replace lines 67 through 71 on page 3 with the following.
It is.
Yeah, I just want to know what it is.
What this does is that in that bill, when you own the food truck or alcohol truck, it basically only allows for one transaction. If you were trying to do business, you can only use your credit card for one transaction. So what this does is kind of clear up and allow you to be able to do more than one transaction with a credit card.
So if I walked up with my wife to the food truck, I couldn't pay for
Two orders,
two
right,
right now under the current law?
right.
And this would allow, that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Senator Gavan. Senator Singleton.
Move for adoption, use of previous rule without objection.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbridden. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Singleton amendment's adopted. Senator Singleton.
Move for third reading, dispense with use of previous rule without objection.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbridden. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 304 passes. Thanks, Senator Singleton.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Secretary, call the next bill on the calendar.
On page 20 of the calendar, House Bill 46 by Representative Hall regarding authorities, boards, and commissions.
Mr. President,
Senator Singleton.
move for third reading, dispense with use of previous rule without objection.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbridden. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 486 passes. Secretary, call the next bill on the calendar.
Yeah, we do.
On page 19 of the calendar, House Bill number 435 by Representative Lomax relating to elections.
Oh, that was what they talked. What you gonna do? You want to vote no?
President.
Senator Gavan.
So this is dealing with what we pay our our poll workers, which is not enough, especially under today's environment. And so there's no discussion. I think during the special order calendar discussion, I heard Senator was in favor of this. So I would move for final passage using previous rule without objection.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbridden. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 435 passes. Thanks, Senator Gavan. Secretary, call next bill on the calendar.
On page 9 of the calendar, House Bill number 450 by Representative Cole regarding the United States Uniform Services.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 450 lists U.S. Armed Forces as 6 different branches. This one includes 2 that are not in Alabama code, which would include the Public Health Service, Commission Corps, and the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration Commission Corps, to give 8 total, and that puts us in line with the U.S. code.
Got your bill.
Move adoption, final report for third reading.
All right. Using previous rule.
Previous rule.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbridden. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 450 passes. Thank you, Senator Butler. Secretary, call next bill on the calendar.
On page 20 of the calendar, House Bill 458 by Representative Yarbrough regarding the Board of Registrars in Lawrence County.
Mr. President.
Senator Gudger.
Thank you. I appreciate the recognition. This is a bill that I'm handling for Representative Yarborough. He is out, and Larry Stutz is in that district, but Senator Stutz told me to try to represent him for this particular bill. So I was doing that today anyway. If you don't mind, I'll talk to you a little bit about this bill. That's all right. But this particular bill is for Lawrence County Board of Registrars that meets a maximum of 140 working days each fiscal year. This bill would increase the maximum number of working days in Lawrence County Board of Registrars to meet each fiscal year. I think that we need to talk on this bill just a little bit. Yeah, is that okay on that?
Well, I just, I know that, I'm sorry, Mr. President, if the gentleman would allow me to have a. Okay.
Yeah, you're recognized.
Thank you.
Usually this would go in as a local bill, but I guess this is on the calendar here now for the Board of Registrars getting the number of maximum days increased. I think a lot of these counties are seeing that they need to increase some days for work, and
they're getting paid a little bit extra money because they're having to work longer days and longer hours. And so these boards of registrars are important. You know, right now we have our constitutional officers who are now in the midst of appointing new board of registrars officers across all 67 counties.
Right.
And so as those constitutional officers will go through, these kind of bills need to be passed because the people who are there know the work that they get done. When they can see that they don't have enough working days on their calendar where the three of them can rotate out, that's why they come and add for extra days so they can get ready for elections, you know, in and out. So I think this is good that we allow them to be able to expand and to extend those days. If the county can be able to help pay for it, that's what we need to do so we can have good, free, and fair elections.
Senator, we had talked about different counties, and I had pulled this list from the bill anyway, if you wanted me to go ahead and tell you what those are.
Go ahead.
And so each member of the Board of Registrars in these particular counties that you had asked about, Clay County, Claiborne County, Coosa, Dallas, Escambia, Geneva, Lowndes, Perry, Sumter, and Wilcox may meet a maximum of 120 working days each fiscal year. Okay, that's different than each member of the Board of Registrars in these other particular counties: Barber, Blount, Butler, Fayette, Greene, Marengo, Pickens, Pike, Randolph, and Winston's. They can meet a maximum of 168 days each fiscal year, except for in Pike County, each Board of Registrars may meet up to additional 30 session days each fiscal year at the discretion of the chair of the county commission. Some of those days shall be paid from the respective county funds. But each member of the Board of Registrars in these counties, which I thought was interesting, Coffee, Talladega, and Tallapoosa, may meet a maximum of 220 working days each fiscal year. Except in Talladega County, the boards of registrars can meet up to an additional 30 session days for each fiscal year at the discretion of their county commission. And then each member of the Board of Registrars in the counties of Dale, Franklin, Houston, Marion, Marshall, Bullock, Macon, and Tuscaloosa can meet a maximum of 216 working days each fiscal year. And then each member of the boards of registrars in counties for Limestone and Shelby may meet a maximum of 167 working days each fiscal year. Each member of the board of registrars in Russell County is 177. And then the counties of Choctaw, Colbert, Coleman, Lauderdale, Monroe, each member of the Board of Registrars may meet a maximum of 199 days with each fiscal year. The other members of the Board of Registrars of Autauga, Elmore, Bibb counties can meet 187 days. And then each member of the Board of Registrars for Walker County may meet a maximum of 200 days each fiscal year. And each member of the Board of Registrars for Lamar, Cherokee, Clark, Crenshaw, Hill, Washington counties may meet a maximum of 140 days, which is obviously significantly less than some of the other counties. And then each of the Board of Registrars for the following is a following maximum number of working days for each fiscal year is Henry, 140 working days, Covington, 188 working days, DeKalb, 207 working days, Jackson, 207 working days, Chambers, 180 working days, and Lawrence, which it was 140, and what this bill does is change it to 200 working days through this HB 458 if it's passed today. Each member of the Board of Registrars in the counties of Baldwin, Calhoun, Chilton, Etowah, Lee, Madison, Mobile, Montgomery, St. Clair, and Morgan are authorized to meet not more than 5 days each week for the purpose of carrying out their official duties. And then we have Jefferson County, which is now operating under the provisions of the local laws, shall be exempted from this section, provided, however, that where the term each year is used in the local laws and the term means fiscal year. The actual number of working days to be used in session shall be determined by a quorum of the Board of Registrars according to the needs of the county. So I think you can see each particular county, it has a different number of days that they're able to work, and if they're able to have 30 working days when we're in session, a lot of that is up to the county commissions.
You know, it really sounds like we need to try to find somewhere to get some uniformity across it, but I know every county can do what they can do. Some of them may be able to pay, that amount. But, you went from, I think, the high of, I think you said 240, 220, down to your load around the 140.
Right.
And so, that's almost a disparity, almost 100 different days.
And I think a part of that is rural versus urban too. How many people do you have in some of these particular counties? You're looking at Coleman County versus Jefferson County. That's a big difference right there. And so especially, if you're going to the Wiregrass or to Mobile and Baldwin counties, that's a lot larger number also than some of the rural. So you're going to have more working days as you go through there. So I think it's a discrepancy of population and the duties that they have, obviously, and being able to have those reports back to where they need them to be.
Well, and I guess with that explanation, it makes it kind of hard to try to come up with some uniform number, and maybe you can have a floor ceiling to say you can't work over this amount of number of days, and the floor shouldn't be lower than XYZ number of days. But, it seems to work the way they do it now, and at the times that they see that they need to work more, they come back to the legislature as we are now, and they ask for more days so where they can get a part of that.
It's never easy to have a blanket cover every aspect of every county and every board of registrars statewide, because it never works that way. We're all obviously different population, and then from North Alabama to South Alabama to the Wiregrass to the Black Belt and to North Alabama. So it's a little different there. So it's not really a discrepancy. It's just what works for that particular county.
Exactly.
And so we're trying to make sure that Lawrence County gets the number of days that they need as they continue to slowly grow. But that used to be my district, and since census, Senator Stutz took over that, I wanted to make sure that I represented the people that I've always represented in the past. And with Senator Stutz gone, I feel like I should be able to do that. But I appreciate you allowing me to kind of pull those numbers up and kind of go through all these different days. But I think it's a positive as we move forward. One last thing that says in the bill, as many as 25 of the allocated worker days may be used for special registration sessions. Those sessions held away from the courthouse in several precincts of the county, and then sessions held on Saturday or between the hours of 5 to 9, notice for a special session scheduled by the board shall be given 10 days prior to the special session by, number one, bills posted at 3 or more of the public places in the election precinct affected if the session involves precinct visits. And then number 2, advertisement once the week or for 2 successful weeks in the newspaper published in a county or radio or television announcement on a local station or by both the newspaper and the announcement. I think that's important because some of the rural counties, they don't always have internet services. They can't get broadband. So if you don't have some of that going back to the newspapers, it's hard for them to be able to understand that there's a notice of a meeting and if they needed to show up for that.
We got to find a way to look at what we do in terms of our voting laws and moving them forward. I'm afraid that sometimes we pass these bills that really want to have stuff stagnated or move backward, but what people don't understand is that everybody has to abide by the same rule. Because while you think that rule may do something to stifle me and my vote, same scenario could be on your side of the table,
But area over the state's different, right?
Exactly. And I just think that we need to allow people to have that access, the right to vote as freely as it possibly can, with restrictions and making sure that it is secured and safe to do so.
Right.
And I think that people should not be encumbered on their ability to go and cast a vote, whether it's through absentee, whether it's through going to the poll. I think we ought to have Saturday voting to get more people acclimated into the process and let them just come out and vote. You may get way more people than you would get on a Tuesday. Because people are trying to work. If we really want, participation, let's put it, Louisiana votes on a Saturday. And you can look at the participation and their polls stay on from 6 a.m. in the morning to 8 p.m. at night on a Saturday.
Right.
And so I worked some elections in Louisiana before, and it's the longest day in the world from 6 to 8, but it's a Saturday. You got people who are free flowing and they're just out doing their errands in the morning time. They can go by the poll and vote, even they still have the rest of their day. It's not like.
Go ahead.
Care if I recognize special guest in the gallery?
Please.
All right, real quick, if I could get your attention, got a special guest in the gallery. Commissioner Tyler Harper is the Georgia Commissioner of Agriculture. If you could please stand. Welcome to the Alabama Senate. Great to have you here today. All right, thanks, Senator Singleton.
Welcome to the greatest state in the world. Thank you very much. He used to be a Georgia senator. I bet he can't grow soybean like us. So, with that, we just want to be able to give people free access to the democratic process. Democracy is supposed to be a participatory democracy, and that's what we are. If we're giving people that access to do that by registering to vote, why should people be in conferences upon registering to vote? To be able to do ballots, to be able to get, as long as they're secured and you don't have any corruption, I think that we should be able to give people the freedom to be able to do that, because that is the heartbeat of our democracy, is the right to vote.
And the integrity of our elections.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
The integrity of our elections.
That is not corrupt.
If we can lock that in, because we haven't had very many incidents in our election. I must say we've been having some clean and fair elections, the last 10 years or so.
Right.
That without a lot of hiccups. We used to have breakdown of machines all the time in the old machines and people pushing paper through. Now a lot of stuff has gone electronic, touch screen here and there, and it allowing us to be able to pull that data much faster. You can get to know the results at the end of the night much faster than what you used to when we was counting by paper ballots by hand all the time. So we just got to keep moving in that direction.
Yeah.
We just got to keep moving in that direction so that when people want to be a part of this democracy, because sometimes you can encumber laws upon people to where they don't want to participate. And then when, it's going to get to the point to where we're going to be voting by these phones in a minute, Everybody have a QR code, and that QR code show up as you, maybe a fingerprint with it, you thumbprint it on your finger, and everybody know it back up, boom, you voted, You might not go, I don't know how that may work, but at the end of the day, it's going to come.
It's nice to be able to talk about, absentee ballots too on your phone, for the fact of, I think Secretary of State just came out with an app so that you're able to do that. And you're able to pull that up on your phone, and anybody that has that, it automatically goes to that particular board of registrars in that particular county and sends them an application, which is nice because they haven't had that before. And I know that our past Secretary of State, John Merrill, did a good job on integrity in the elections, but we can always do a little bit better. But Secretary Allen's done a good job of bringing this to the phone, just like you said, so that people are able to have that on their phone and download an application if they needed to, which I did not even know about that until this past year, which I was proud of him for being able to do that.
Yeah, you could download an application, but the thing about it is that, and I won't even get into a whole lot about that because, yes, we can. And at the end of the day, that's an affidavit, okay? And you want people to be able to fill it out properly and right, because a lot of people may not understand it. Because you mess up on that affidavit, you could be subject to go to jail.
Right.
And a lot of times there's not that training out there. So that's why people seek assistance and people ask someone to come and help them or help them to understand what it is that they are doing. Because we're signing a sworn affidavit that this is who I am who I am and voting this particular ballot. And that's what happens. And so if you get it mixed up or mess up and you do something wrong, you can end up in jail for that, trying to vote your own ballot.
So I've got an example. My father, before he passed away, the last 4 years of his life, he was an amputee, was in a wheelchair, was pretty much blind. And so I had to help him whenever I was able to get him, to the polling place and get back and be able to talk about that. But he needed access because he was disabled.
Right.
And I think that if you're disabled or let's say, for example, you're blind or something like that, you need help, obviously. You got to be able to know where you're filling those lines and the information in correctly to make sure that your vote is counted.
Right.
Correct?
I mean, there's the other side to that is we have 8 reasons on there why people can vote absentee. Mm-hmm. But you ended up with like in a county like mine, where there are really no jobs and people working 60 miles away or 40 miles away from home, and there's a reason to say as long as you're going to be gone over 10 hours, from the time you leave home to the time you return is that 10 hours or more, right?
Right.
So if you go and you work an 8-hour shift, it takes you 40 minutes to get there and, you know, another 45 minutes to get back home. So you've gone over your 10 hours basically, you know, in order to get there and back home, and whether or not you can vote absentee. Well, for a lot of rural people, that's a way for me to go on and get this out of the way, go vote, and then I can go to work. I don't have to be trying to rush to get back home, you know, to get back down the road to where I need to go and vote, and then to get there, the doors are probably about to close, and I can't do it. But I can go on and vote absentee, be through with it. That's why I wish we had Saturday voting, and then we wouldn't even be worried about all that. Then those people who don't work on Saturday, yeah, you still have a lot of people who work on Saturday, but at the end of the day, probably 80% of our workforce don't work on Saturdays. So that gives us an opportunity to be able to do that. We'll get there one day. Right. We'll get there to be progressive, you know, with our voting laws. I just hope that we don't get bogged down and get into some old prehistoric mode, you know, trying to do other stuff that national people are trying to do, when, you know, when it ain't necessary, you know, just because somebody didn't get declared to be the winner, you know? And we go through a whole lot just for political sake when we really need to focus on what's best for our state, what's going to move us forward, keep us with clean, fair elections.
That's the key, is clean and fair elections anyway, especially when you're dealing with small business like myself and you, but you're having people come in and having to work 2 shifts sometimes at night and then not be able to be at the polls anyway. And
exactly.
Trying to get somebody to be at the polls is the key. And so by having different ways to be on your phone and get the absentee ballot, or let's say military, we haven't talked about military, right? And so if they're going to be overseas, they're going to be gone or not home for that happens, but they're obviously registered, you know, and they live in a particular, a resident of a particular county or city, then they want to be able to vote in their municipal elections, county elections, state elections, at the same time federal elections coming up anyway. But there's always provided that in the federal code for military, but not always with disabled. So I think it's important to make sure that our disabled have that, just like the military has a federal code for them.
Well, you know, we do. There is that in there, but, you know, under the Help America Vote Act, a lot of the disabled pieces were in there that you had to make, you know, and it was more so of the equipment and making sure that the equipment was there for disabled veterans. You know, and the thing about it is that, do we really do absentees in the state of Alabama for blind people? I've never seen one printed in Braille. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I don't know how we attach doing that. You know, allowing the blind. We don't really have anything for deaf and blind for somebody to go and make that interpretation. You know, just because they're deaf don't mean they're not functional. Right. They may not understand, or you may be telling them something. Is there somebody to interpret that to them? A lot of stuff that we got to get to before we stop and hinder people from being able to do something. We need to be trying to find how we can get more people to participate and making sure that it is done in a way that everybody can do it in a free and fair and safe and secure way of doing that.
I think anytime we can have more people vote in any county election, city election, state election, obviously federal, that helps the state. More voices are heard. It's more diverse because you're having more people from rural and urban and from all over the state, whether it's the Wiregrass or the Plains, from coastal region, the Black Belt to urban up in Jefferson County, all the way to north central Alabama like myself, and then up and towards, you know, northwest Alabama and Winston County and Marion County. But the more people that are heard, the more people can vote, right? And the more people that can vote, it has a better voice for the people of the state of Alabama to get exactly who we need to.
Well, I think we'll beat this horse to death. And so, Mr. President, with that, I think I'll move for third reading be dispensed without use of previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbridge, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 458 passes. Thank you, Senator Singleton.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Singleton.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill on the calendar.
On page 12 of the calendar, House Bill number 64 by Representative Bolton regarding firearms.
Mr. President, as the gentleman will approach to talk about firearms, I think this is a bill that I think you and I had a little discussion about this bill. You had an amendment that's going to come on this bill?
I do, Senator.
And could you get us and explain the amendment to us, please?
Certainly. So under HB 64 by Representative Bolton, and I did discuss this with Representative Bolton, this is a bill that is needed. It does some updating to our gun laws, brings part of it in compliance with federal law.
They want to slow it down now because we're here to the house.
One of the issues that I have with this is that, and I talked to him about it, and I brought it up in committee.
On that bill.
We've got some language that's in our current law, and it's not great, okay? I mean, it's not easily defined. The current law, someone who is a habitual drunkard cannot own a pistol, okay? And, well, I don't know exactly what a habitual drunkard is, all right? I granted that. So the language, and I think this was partly probably political correctness and partly trying to get something that's a little more defined, better defined. They came up with the word, let me so I don't misquote it, someone who has an alcohol addiction cannot own a pistol. Well, my problem with that is that what I understand about alcohol addiction is once you're addicted, you're addicted. You may fight it for 20 years and it's kind of the old, somebody said, old habits don't die, they just go dormant. And I don't think, I know people that have issues with alcohol and I don't see them as a threat to being able to own a pistol. So I felt like that was a bridge too far. I see certain circumstances where in a certain state that they may be in, that they may, maybe they shouldn't have one, but that is what that's why I brought an amendment that just takes that out.
So let me understand where you are. Under alcohol addiction, we sometimes have people that have been in sobriety for 20 years.
Correct.
Who are still fighting every day that sobriety because we know that sometimes that one drink could turn everything around.
Correct.
Based on that, you're defining that as still an alcoholic, even though they've been sobered or dry for the last 20 years. But in the meantime, you're saying that because I have not drank or anything in the last 20 years, I should not be held back from being able to own a weapon because I'm not actually partaking in the alcohol itself.
Correct.
Anymore.
And to be clear, Senator, they're not forbidden from having a weapon, but it's just a pistol, a handgun. So, owning the bill, this does talk about one of the reasons that we're bringing this, and by the way, this particular section is a misdemeanor, but I think it is important that we don't, penalize people for having a condition that they've got under control. Whereas I think if you get more into what an habitual drunkard, that's somebody that apparently does not, I would say not apparently, but obviously doesn't have it under control. And I can see a difference there. But what we are adding is a provision that would be new to the law, paren C, paren 1, no person who is an alien and is illegally or unlawfully in the United States or has been admitted to the United States under a non-immigrant visa as defined by, and it references the U.S. Code, provided no exception to this subsection as listed in, again, another subsection code applies, shall own a pistol or other firearm or have one in his possession or in his or her control. So that is what we're dealing with here is just making sure that we don't have it. And my understanding is this would bring this section of our gun law in compliance with federal law. And that's the reason that Representative Bolton brought this bill.
I would like to yield to the gentleman from St. Clair. He has some discussion he want to partake in with you as y'all move forward on this.
Mr. President,
Senator Bell.
may I have Mike for a minute?
Sure.
You're recognized.
All right. So this bill deals mostly with illegal aliens, right? That's unlawfully here in the United States.
Primarily, there is, there's a little cleanup language on drug addiction, and then again, this is the issue we're dealing with on the alcohol addiction.
Okay, and illegals have become a problem here, especially since Title 42 expired. We've become a border state, and so I appreciate Representative Bolton bringing this legislation and hope we can continue working on some other legislation to address this issue on unlawful aliens or illegal aliens that are here in the United States, and especially here coming to Alabama because they are flowing right through here. And this gives law enforcement a tool when they come across them to hopefully make a record of them You know, I had a bill that dealt with fingerprints and DNA swabs, so we can have that database and get a better understanding of them. So I hope that when maybe next session we can expand on this bill, and not only, you know, for firearms, but when we get them, we can do a better registry to combat the problem we're having here. So under this, when they arrest, do you know what the process is on the illegal aliens, how they're brought into the bill? I know we talked a minute ago, but does it just bring them in like anybody else on possession of the firearm?
So I think what it is now is they don't have the right to do that enhancement. And I'm just thinking back about a very violent crime that happened in Madison County a few years ago, probably related to a cartel or gang, whatever you want to call them, certainly a criminal enterprise out of Central America. And, you know, that's just one, again, another tool that the prosecutor has to be able to enhance that sentence, you know, if they're adjudicated to be guilty of that crime.
Okay. And someone that's here unlawfully, the illegal alien, they don't have the constitutional rights that a legal citizen has, correct?
I'm not the constitutional scholar on that. We'll have to take up Senator Smitherman on that one. I think
he left on us, but they do not have the same constitutional rights that we have because they're here in the country illegal. So further expanding on what we do with them, I think is a good process, and hold them accountable so that Shelby County, which is a county I have part of, where you had an apartment complex where it was illegals went in and killed several people, and they were found a couple days later, and there's some violent crimes dealing with drugs and the fentanyl issue we have, and anything we can do to combat that. We need to work on that, and we need to enhance their penalties, and we need to tell them either come here the right way, come here the legal way, or we're going to have penalties when we catch you that you're going to suffer consequences that you're not going to like the United States. Same thing, I think, with Aaron Vandersloot on the extradition here. He comes to America, whatever prison system he's in here is better than where he's at, in Peru. So we got to be a little harsher on some of these illegals coming here, some of these people not coming to our country legally, and we need to expand on that and be harder and more difficult for them while they're here, because if they don't want to go through the legal process, we don't need them. We don't want them. They're causing problems for our country and for our state. So I appreciate Representative Bolton bringing this, and thank you.
All right, thank you, Senator. Mr. President, this time I would I would like to introduce the amendment.
Our Secretary, we received the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill 64 as engrossed by Senator Gavan. Replace lines 34 and 35 on page 2 with the following.
Again, Mr. President, so what this amendment does is it leaves in someone that's got a drug addiction, but and I understand the same thing could happen there, but I just think it's a lot more prevalent in the alcohol world where people are able to hold off and I would like to take this back to where we've got the current language, which is habitual drunkard, and get rid of the alcohol addiction.
Let me ask you this question. How do we know? How does police officers know? How does a sheriff know who to, now that we don't have permits, or how would a gun owner know whether or not they can sell it to somebody who may be an alcoholic or not? Because is there a question on the application or something that say whether or not you're an alcoholic? I know there may be some, or you're mentally incompetent. How would they know for us to even make this makes sense?
Senator, I think that's a great question, because, this stuff from like a medical standpoint, if you go to your doctor and talk to your doctor about these issues, that's privilege. They can't talk about it.
Exactly.
And so I think it's going to be something, particularly in an urban environment, that won't be very meaningful, because, by and large, the officers aren't going to know. And so unless somebody turns their neighbor in or something like that, but I think where you could see it in a small town where, everybody knows Billy Bob, and, we've been kind of wanting to take him down anyway, and then go, kind of target Billy Bob over this.
But even if I have had a DUI or two, that doesn't make me an alcoholic.
That's right.
And I think that's basically all what law enforcement can go on, this record that you may have with them. that you may have had a consistent DUI, but if you get 3 or more of those, you could end up being a felony DUI after a while. But at the end of the day, the consistency, and I heard you and I had this conversation earlier. I still don't know how we make that determination, as to who we're selling it to, because most people who are admit that they're alcoholic or voluntarily. They voluntarily admit themselves into some Alcohol Anonymous program.
And we don't want to discourage that.
And we don't want to discourage that at all. And a lot of times we don't know. It could be private. It could be a private setting. Someone could go out, even though they may know that I drink a lot, or you could see me and I may be able to perform excellent in our public, but I may get home and just become a sloppy, let me just say it for a better word, sloppy drunk, but I'm doing it inside my home, but my family see that problem where everybody else doesn't see that problem, okay?
Functional alcoholic, yeah.
Right, and now my family wants me to go and get that help, and I went and got that help, but there's never ever a public record to say that I got that help, that I was that alcoholic, because as far as the public see me, I may come in here and be as functional as I possibly could be, but I can't wait till right after I get out of here to go have my drink. But all you see is me being functional, and nobody never really know that I'm an alcoholic. I just don't understand, exactly how we get there. I understand what you're doing is to bring it in, because now you get that scope could be real wide, that net could be real cast. But, and again, I just don't know where the line is drawn as to whether or not someone really knows whether or not I'm an alcoholic or not, even if I'm under sobriety for 10 years, 15, 20 years, I could have just moved to this new town, and there, I just decided I'm leaving that atmosphere that I was to help make me better, because if I stayed around Jim Bob and JoJo and the boys, I was going to continue to drink. So now I want to get better. I'm going to move down here where some of my family is. I'm going to move to Greensboro where my family is, and I can get me some good old country living, and get laid back and breathe some fresh air. Nobody knows that, and now I feel like I need me some protection, and I go to buy me a gun. Nobody will ever know that, because I don't know if there's a questionnaire to say, and even if it is, like you said, it could be a HIPAA violation if, you're asking me those, because those things might not be there. It's questionable as to where we are with it. I just don't.
Yeah, I think it's real problematic in the way they had it. And it just, again, I don't like and when I say I don't like the existing language, I acknowledge the existing language is hard to define. But I think it's better than where you could draw a hard line on somebody and all of a sudden, you get to pop them for, I know it's a misdemeanor, but look, nobody wants a crime on their record. I mean, that could mess with people on their security clearance and things of that nature if they had that kind of arrest.
Well, the thing about it is that if a person is an alcoholic and can't own a gun, it is, I think if I look at what I'm going to call the lesser of two evils, is the other unknown that we don't know? Is that mental capacity? Is that person who may have some mental deficiencies, who have not been committed by a court to say legally that you have mental problems, and they go and buy a gun because they've never been evaluated or the court has never done. And so a lot of that goes on around us in our everyday life, not even so much of alcoholism, because usually the guy who's going to get the alcohol, he probably somewhere laid out drunk, versus the guy who has the mental capacity may go and get him a gun and go to brandishing it, slinging it around, or out there dealing with people, somebody make him mad, he pop off real fast, pull out his gun and shoot, and then, claim that he has a mental problem. And so that goes on, and we're not even addressing that. I would much, I don't know if I'd much rather see one over the other, but however, if I talk about the lesser of two evils, I think that even if somebody who had been under the influence of alcohol versus somebody who has that total mental capacity, who could just pop off and go in there and shoot up everybody, in the school, or shoot up everybody in a church, or come home and kill everybody in their family because they're having a mental problem, but they haven't been diagnosed. And we don't ever know that, but we'll sell them a gun because they can stand there with a straight face and be able to purchase the gun.
And they say they hadn't been diagnosed. So right. This is what law says today. is that someone of unsound mind includes any person who is subject to any of the findings listed below and has not had his or her rights to possess a firearm reinstated by operation of law or legal process. In the first area would be found by a court, board, commission, or other lawful authority that as a result of a marked subnormal intelligence, mental illness, incompetency, condition, or disease is a danger to himself, herself, or others, or lacks the mental capacity to contract or manage his or her own affairs. It goes on to say is found to be insane, not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect, found mentally incompetent to stand trial, or found not guilty by reason of lack of mental responsibility by a court in a criminal case, to include state, federal, and military courts. Involuntarily committed for a final commitment for inpatient treatment to the Department of Mental Health or a Veterans Administration hospital by a court after a hearing. So we have a series of things here of going through due process where they would be deemed mentally, of unsound mind.
And and that is the person who has been evaluated and been committed, or a probate judge or some court has deemed them to be, of unsound mind or have some mental defects or disease or incapacitated. That's there. It's that other guy that has not gone through that I worry about.
It's just been slipping by quietly.
Yes, and who has to split personalities, I think I was down the hall just the other day, and somebody came in the office and said that they had, I think it was 10 different personalities, and we were talking to Raekwon that day. We was going in the hall, and we were talking to Denise. I don't know. I mean, seriously, it happened right out here in the hallway, and so that person, I don't know who we should be, dealing with is Denise or Raekwon, but Denise may go and buy a gun, and Daquan may get it and go shoot up somebody, but Denise wasn't, I don't know, man. And I'm not making fun of anybody's mental capacity, but I'm just saying that happens, and when it goes unnoticed and have not been detected, we are still selling without those kind of checks. We're doing that. And so this is what we get when we don't have checks, to be able to check whether or not someone has a mental capacity or defect or out of sound mind before we do sell them a gun. And in the state, we don't do that. So that's where we kind of make the mistake. Even though we're doing this with alcoholism, we still going to have that problem with identifying who those people are. And I understand that we're ready to move on with this bill. So thank you for bringing the bill, at least trying to bring some clarity to some of this, and maybe we can get to where we're not selling guns to people that we shouldn't be selling guns to.
Thank you, Senator. This time, Mr. President, I would move adoption of the amendment used in previous row without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Gavan amendment's adopted.
This time, I'd move for final passage as amended using previous row without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 64 passes as amended. Thanks, Senator Gavan. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 3 of the calendar, House Bill number 230 by Representative Simpson regarding crimes and offenses.
Senator Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. President. So House Bill 230, this bill creates the crime of chemical endangerment of a first responder while the first responder is performing his or her duties. And if there are no questions, I'd like to move for final passage.
I do have a question.
Okay.
Could you explain, could you give me a scenario how this would work in the performance? I think I kind of asked this, and I was still kind of confused from judiciary. You know, I think I might have even voted with reservation to go on and get this out, because I do want to make sure first responders, and I just want to see where, because this is a felony penalty on a person too, isn't it?
Sure, it is. And so,
yeah, it's a felony here. And I just want to know, give me a scenario about which a person could interfere with that responder while they're in with some chemicals or something of that nature.
So, I know that we are all very, very interested in making sure that our personnel involved in emergency situations in our community are protected. And, you know, there are just so many things that have popped up most recently. And the first thing that I think about is fentanyl. Fentanyl's everywhere. You know, it's in my community, it's in your community, and we just need to make sure that when our first responders arrive to a scene that they are protected. And so right now, in our current law, we don't have any way to create protection for them. So we've Representative Simpson in this bill is creating a way for there to be penalties for chemical endangerment of first responders if they ingest, inhale, or contact the fentanyl, any mixture containing fentanyl, any synthetic controlled substance fentanyl, any synthetic controlled substance fentanyl analog. And that's one of the things I think we had talked about in one of the other bills that
yeah,
you
we
and I
made
had
that, made it make sure it was fentanyl and just not any other drug or anything.
Right, and we have worked with Department of Forensics because they are seeing so much of that throughout the state right now. So when we went back and I see that there was also amendment on the House floor that included that discussion to make sure that those fentanyl analogs are included too, because there's so much of this stuff coming in here from out of the country and infiltrating our communities, and we just want to be sure that our first responders are protected when they go in there and they're exposed to that stuff.
So you're first responder, you're a nurse, you coming in, you're first responder. I've been doing fentanyl, okay? What if and I don't know how fentanyl make people act. I don't know if they get eradicated or they wild or they just subdued or, you know, I don't know. Let's just say that I'm in a mode to where I'm just going off and someone has to call you, you know, as a first responder because, you know, I've fallen out. You know, I'm going into some convulsion, but I may have fentanyl on my hands. Does this bill deal with intent? Because if you come in there and I'm moving my hands and it hits you in the face and cause you to come into that same state that I am, because now you've come in contact with the fentanyl. That was not intentional of me because I'm almost sick. I'm trying to fight for my life, or, you know, my hands may be moving and it may just hit you in the face or touch you and the fentanyl may be on my fingertips. Whether or not this bill deals with the intent to do it versus something that just could be, you know, because of the nature of the duty. Because when first responders coming in, they are touching people. You may have to do heart compressions. You may have to come in and take people and put something in their mouth to keep them from eating a tongue, you know, and things of that nature. You know, because they may be in convulsion, a seizure like, or something of that nature. You know, you may have to come in and triage somebody that may have it on there, or somebody could have been shot with a wound that you're coming in to direct the wound, and they have used fentanyl and have it on their hands, and they said, oh, and it touches you in the face and you fall out. Am I guilty of that felony because I was in the midst of that? Or am I just saying that, well, you came in the home? Because usually when first responders are calling, they'll come because of an emergency, you know, because usually when they come in with an arrest warrant, they're not looked at as first responders, as police. But if the police come along with the firefighters and or the emergency people, then they are looked upon as first responders at that time. So I was just trying to, you know, I just don't want a lot of unintended consequences. And I guess we just got to see how that goes, because I think intent need to be there. I think we talked about that in judiciary, making sure that there was the intent to do it, and how do we prove that intent, especially with somebody in a state of delusion. I don't know what fentanyl does to a person, and, you know, I know people are dying from it. Whatever it is, I know they're dying from it. But I just don't want us to get so uptight about the fact that fentanyl is in here, that while we protect our first responders, I want it at least to be with intent. I don't want it to be that I'm falling out on this floor, I got some fentanyl on my hand, and all of a sudden it touches me in the place, because you're supposed to be coming to try to help save my life. I'm not trying to kill you. I want you to save my life, even though it might hit you, but I want you to save my life. I'm not trying to hurt you.
So I think I gave an answer to your question. For the purpose of this bill, it occurs when a person knowingly, recklessly, or intentionally causes or permits a first responder, a coroner, or a deputy coroner to be exposed to ingest, inhale, or have contact with a Schedule I controlled substance or chemical substance or a mixture thereof while performing his or her duties. So 3 words there: knowingly, recklessly, intentionally.
And I like that. I think we make sure that got on in judiciary. You're right. And that helps with intent, and that's a high level to prove, a prima facie case based on that level of intent, knowingly and willfully, and intentionally with the intent to do bodily harm or harm to that person. So I'm okay with the bill at the end of the day, but I just continue to want to make sure that we're not, doing anything that's undue intentions or undue consequences that are out there that could happen, because it may be, we know that he may be Joe Blow the addict, and just because he's Joe Blow the addict, he touches someone with fentanyl, but I am in need of help. You're coming there to rescue me, to help me. That's why someone called you there. Usually when first responders shows up, someone has called them. They are responding to a particular call for help of someone. And if that person are in peril and they need help, there's usually not the intent to do something. And I just don't want that person to be, held to a standard to where there was no intent. But we got the words in there, and that'll be up to the court. They'll slice all that out. You and I don't have to argue about that. We already passed the bill, and we'll let that go. All right?
Okay.
You can pass it. Let's go.
Okay. So if there are no more questions, I'd like to move for final passage.
Would you like to use previous roll?
Yes.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 230 passes. Thanks, Senator Weaver. Secretary called next bill on the calendar.
On page 16 of the calendar, House Bill 251 by Representative Starnes regarding motor vehicle registration.
Senator Chambliss.
Mr. President, thank you. This bill is a bill, we have a lot of different military tags, different operations, and this one will add, and I've lost my place here, but it will add a new operation. Well, I've lost my place. Operation Inherit. Here it is. Operation Inherit Resolve. It'll add that operation to the list of tags that are our veterans are eligible to purchase. And we can breeze by this one real quick. I think pretty much everybody's involved in the Senate wanting to pass this, but we also need to take a minute just to slow down and talk about the sacrifices that our veterans have given for us, for the freedom of our country. If you think back over all the wars and way back, we owe a huge debt of gratitude to our military, and I know our Lieutenant Governor and his staff have been huge working in these military veteran committee over the last, I think, several years, but most especially the last couple of sessions, I know passing a lot of legislation that gives deference to our military veterans, those both active and those that are retired or no longer in active service, so that one, we can show them that we appreciate them, That's obviously something that we need to do, but we also need to show them that we appreciate them, but also that we want to make their lives while they're here in Alabama as easy as possible. So the little things that get us hung up at the Department of Motor Vehicles or wherever that creates a lot of time, energy, and effort on people's parts with the different boards and agencies. If you're a professional and you are able to go back and forth between states, you may be coming with your spouse, you be able to get a license here to operate much easier than having to start over. So I see my senator there was ready to dialogue with me. Senator?
I am. They say give people flowers while they're living, and I want to give the Lieutenant Governor flowers today, because while he's living, because he's made these military issues and made our base of lining a priority for our state, and it has put us in position to be able to be a partner with our national military as well here in the state, to be looked upon as a friendly state and a state that's here to help our military personnel. And I just want to commend him on him. He's been doing that since he's been in that seat. This is not a come lately event with him whatsoever. And I also very appreciative that having been provided the opportunity to be a part of that commission and that.
Oh, you were on the commission?
Yeah, to be a part of it. That's why I think I know he's done a great job with what we're doing, and so I just commend the effort that we have going here, commending him, his support and pushing that to help us do whatever we can to help them. And I talked to Representative Pascal this morning. He came. He was up on the Senate. He stopped and he was talking to me about some of those bills as well that he was involved in and dealing with the military. And I thought that was a very good thing for us to be doing that. And so I saw him this morning, and I think he probably had just a little concerns about the day flowing. And I said, let me tell you something. I said, when you start talking about helping the military, hey, we all are on board. I'll share something with you. I had the opportunity, and I thank the Lord for the blessings and opportunities that he has given me in this process.
Amen.
And in this process, I want to share with you that as it relates to the military, I've had the opportunity to go to Germany. I've had the opportunity to go to Rheinstein Air Force Base in Germany. I've had a chance to go to Sheikh in Belgium. I had a chance to go to NATO. I've had a chance to fly to our England installations of security in that part of the world, and just to name a few of them, and have an opportunity to do that, to see firsthand what our military personnel is doing for us in the world. And I think most people don't realize it, that you hear people say, we want to commend them and thank them for the freedoms that we have today. But I will say this to you, is that at that time, I identified myself 60 spots in the world, i.e. whether small countries, whether it's medium size or whatever, that without the presence of our military there to lack of better words, enforce laws that's there, and to keep people from coming in trying to take over these countries, that without our personnel, we would a long time ago had World War III. There's no doubt in my mind. So, that's true what people said, and not just from known problems, but from unknown problems. Without them, we would not be able to stand right here in peace. We wouldn't be able to move and go around in our country in peace. And we wouldn't have the opportunities to be able to do that.
We wouldn't be able to be on this floor.
Not at all. Because what we be doing is down in some shelter, worried about bombs and worried about attacks and all that kind of stuff, because we wouldn't have our military people there to do what they need to do for us. So no, I just want you to know that I said this with a warm and sincere heart, what you hear me saying, that we are just as blessed as can be.
We are. We're a very, very military-friendly state, and because a lot of our folks are involved in the military.
That's right. That's right. Now, I'll tell you one experience that I had after sharing this with you. That I had two, and I cherish them. We were flying across the English Channel, and we were flying with the military. It was about 50 of us. Business people, legislators. And while we was over there, they said, do you want to have an experience of your life? And I said, yeah. They took me to the bottom of the plane. It was on that big old plane, the bottom of it. And I went down on the bottom, and they said, we're going to teach you how to fuel up planes. So I got out on the bottom, I got on my back, and they taught me how to operate the boom. You ever heard of the boom?
Yeah.
They taught me how to operate the boom while we flying across the English Channel. And they said, just stay there for a minute. You're going to get a chance to practice. And I'm on my back, and it's fiberglass. I call it fiberglass, but you can see out.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, I looked to my right and my left, and there was two supersonic jets who had come in and landed on the wings while we flying across for fuel. That's what they were doing.
Yeah.
And so I moved the boom up, turned it, and the point in the nose that's where the gas go.
Right.
So locked it into the nose of the plane, and the switch tells you when it's locked, and when it's fuel the plane up.
Fuel started flowing.
And looked like the pilot of the plane was this close to me because he was in fiberglass. Looked like I could just reach and touch him. And they fueled it up, and them guys did me like this, and then they took off. They took back off and went on their missions.
Yeah.
And the other one was that.
Before you move on to the other one, about how fast were you going? Do you know? I mean, it was probably at a crawl for those jets.
Oh, it was crawling. We were crawling.
Probably 600 miles an hour?
Yeah, we were running 600 and we were crawling.
Wow.
Jets looked like they were running 1,200. They just
hold them back.
Hold them back. Now the other thing was this. Because you can see that I went several times with them. So I got a chance to know some of the crew people on these planes. So I messed around and asked them, I said, I would like to know how to navigate a plane. I knew it was too complex to learn how to fly. and so they said, it was about 3 of us that said that. So they said, this is what we're going to do. We're going to have a contest. And whoever lands best, you know what I mean, it was just a thank you or something. It wasn't anything that we got, but we're going to declare them the winner.
Yeah.
So when we flew into England, because we went to England, in fact, we stayed in Cambridge, England, is where we stayed. But we flew into England, and then one of the people on the plane was up there and was supposed to be navigating the land. Now, this is how they determine whether or not you did a good job. They will put a glass of water, one of them little short glasses like that, a little over half full on the dash of the plane. When you land the plane, if any water splashes out,
that's landing.
Yeah, you didn't win. And also, how you may have been on a plane and when they landed, it just say, like that. No, none of that. It can't be no boom, no dropping down, boom, any of that. So the first person landed, they did a pretty good job, but the water splashed out. The cup didn't go anywhere, a glass, but the water, because you know how the water splashed.
Right.
The second one did a pretty good job, didn't splash as much, and had a little softer landing.
Then it's your turn.
Rolling into Belgium, country of Belgium, I landed that baby. Water didn't come out.
No water
supply. And it landed like I just laid you down on carpet.
Like a feather.
Hey, and you talking about something, hey, I was bragging, I said, they told me, they said, we want you to push a bill in the legislature. I said, why? They said, because we want to exempt age, because I was too old to be in the military, whatever that cut off. They said, so you can come back and be with us and be one of our navigators.
Yeah.
You know, but that was a great experience.
I bet.
A great experience.
I've been on one of those type trips. I didn't go overseas, but went down to Pensacola and Orlando and back up, and it was very educational to just see a little small glimpse in what they do. And you know, in this bill, you know, when they have spouses back home that are taking care of kids and working and that kind of thing, it's up to us to make it as easy as possible.
That's right.
We can.
That's right.
We can't change everything, can't do everything, but there are things that we can do. And I'm proud of the work that you on the commission and others did.
Same here.
And Lieutenant Governor and others to make this the state what it is, what we need to be. And I don't think any one of the bills had any opposition whatsoever that I recall.
Nope.
That's a testament to the desire of this body to be that military friendly. So that, unless you have something else,
no,
Mr. President, I would move for final passage of HB 251 using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
Good job, Dr. Whip.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 251 passes. Secretary, call the next bill on the calendar, please.
Go back on. On page 13 of the calendar, House Bill 328 by Representative Robbins regarding civil procedure.
Senator Gavan.
Thank you, Mr. President. So what this bill does is it just requires that the orders have to be confirmed, to be recorded in a limited, when this bill started out, I didn't care for it, because after I get a judgment, whether it's a boundary line, condemnation, whatever it is, if I'm the winning party, I'm going to record that judgment, okay? Because as my late partner George Williams used to say, you got to let the rest of the world know.
That's right.
About what's going on. It doesn't do, you can have all the facts in the world, and if you don't have it recorded at the courthouse, it doesn't matter that you've got it all in your file at your law office. It doesn't do any good. You got to let the rest of the world know. And so to me, it was sort of, you know, I didn't want it to be changing the way I handled a condemnation case or anything of that nature, because, I mean, I'm going to record mine. And I've done the same thing with a judicial boundary. And this is what this is for adverse possession cases, or, you know, clear title, I should say, quieting title and boundary lines. And there's a saying that says every lawyer ought to try a divorce case and a boundary line case so he know not to ever do them again. Well, I fortunately never had to try a divorce case and never planned to, so I know not to go there. I did try to handle one by consent one time. The couple comes in and goes, oh yeah, everything's fine, it's fine. And I'm like, I don't do domestic. Oh yeah, come on, you're our lawyer, you do it. Oh, never again, never again. But I have tried a boundary line case, and I'll probably be willing to try another one. You know, fortunately, I did win that one, because I had an unusual situation where I had a 80-something-year-old man, and his brother was even older than him, and they helped their daddy put the fence up. So, you know, talk about covering 20 years and then some. I had it. So, you know, that gets down to a situation that one of my late partners used to say. He said, lawyers don't win cases, facts win cases. Well, I had the facts. He said, but a lawyer sure can lose a case, and that is so. So I'm fortunate I didn't lose that one. And one of the most important things and it actually turned into another case with another neighbor, because we we put up a judicial monument, or I didn't, but the surveyor went up and put that up. And so that was encountered when the neighbor was developing their property, and they came in and kind of led to another boundary line situation, which we settled by consent. But, you know, the bottom line is you've got to record these things. I'm a little surprised that it's necessary to have a statute, but apparently a lot of surveyors and engineers have had problems with this, and that is why Representative Robbins brought the bill. It's changed since it first came to judiciary, and I'm happy with where it is today. And because he made those changes, I told him I would carry it on the floor.
Well, I'll tell you this. Number one, I will tell you three quick ones, what you just said. Number one, I do divorces. You know, so, I mean, I do personal injury suit, but I do divorces. And so I know what you're saying. You're right. The next thing, when I tell you this, you're going to really shake your head. I also do bills to quiet title, okay? And that's why I think this bill is so important, because it addresses that. But the third thing is this, is what you just said about recording it. It's very important that you do that. And I'm going to tell you one of the things when you were saying about the surveyors. I won't call it county, but it wasn't in Jefferson. It wasn't in Shelby. It was somewhere in the other part of the state. I had a trial there. And the thing that I learned more than anything is that the boundary lines that were established by monuments, that now with technology, GPS, it's going to get it just about as accurate as you're going to get. And some of those things are going to vary a little bit from the monuments. And so I think that's why it's probably so important once you go through that process. I don't think every piece is going to go through that process, but once you go through it, then recording what that boundary line is. I think that establishes for whoever purchases it or invests or whatever they're trying to do, it'll give them a clear directive as to where they can operate. And I think that's kind of part of it, just based on this Law Institute bill. Is this one?
Excuse me?
Is this bill a Law Institute bill right now?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Don't think so.
Because, you know, if you remember, they were working on something about adverse possession and about quiet title themselves. And I think that probably one of the things was that in the quiet title, I know what it was. It was about the length of possession, and whether you were in physical possession of it or whether it was a piece of property that you held over here. And I think,
you know, you and I worked together on the one that didn't make it through this year about a tax sale and how long you have to possess that.
That's right. We did. And I think that probably now that we got another chance to look at it another year, I think that panel of lawyers, you know, because what is it, anywhere from 12 to 20 something lawyers around the state take a look at these different things who are experts in their field. And I think that whatever concerns probably were raised, I think that they'll be able to go back and take a look at that to then get people like you and I to review it, because, you know, being on the board and everything, I think that we can look at it and review it, and then, of course, be able to present it back to our colleagues.
Well, our provision that you and I were both so hard down about was always in there, and that was as long as somebody's in possession of the property, they got a right to redeem the property for taxes. That was something we were both passionate about.
That's right, because there are other avenues of law that if from collections to everything else, if there's money owed, you know, but you don't have to, like you said, if they're in possession of it, then they should retain the right to try to get it back or maintain it, you know, unless they gave up, like you said, possession of it. You know,
I filed 2 bills for quiet title on adverse possession property. That's another thing I was taught, is that if you buy property at tax sale, you've got to file a suit to quiet title to have marketable property.
That's right.
Okay, and so I filed my client's passed away now, but he was adamant that he had adversely possessed both those pieces of property. Now, the first one, Couldn't have gone any smoother. I mean, we had the guardian ad litem there. My client went fishing there. I guess he cut the grass. We get the title cleared up. The next one, we have a guardian ad litem who, let's just say, is a little bit nosier than most guardian ad litems in Madison County. And it just tears you up when they're right, you know?
Yeah.
But anyway, so we show up to look at the property there. We got multiple neighbors showing up. We got other lawyers showing up. And I'm like, we ain't gonna win this one, Doc. You might as well dismiss this one and stop the bleeding. So, you know, sometimes you find out, you know, again, facts.
Yeah.
You know, and you don't know what the facts are. You know, you take what your client tells you.
That's right.
You go on, and sometimes you run into a buzzsaw because those aren't the facts.
You know, I think that's probably why, in general, the courts get us to file notice in the legal publications, even for the unknown errors. Just what you were saying. So you won't look up and seeing some facts come back. And I'll say that I'll give our judges credit. They really try to be sensitive to the people who have owned the property. And I just give you a good case of that. I had a case once where we had gone, listen at this, all the way through the process, filing, no response, default, sitting there from that perspective, gone through all the other notices and publications and everything. And then when we get ready for the hearing, because the judge didn't even want to do the default, you know what I mean? Just let's have a hearing, in which I was entitled to the default, but I understand for the things we talking about, those kind of issues. And then we sitting up there getting ready to have the hearing to go on and do everything with place. Then the relative walked in, who was part of it, and said, I don't know if I want this or not. That's what they said that. From that, the judge said, well, in that case, we're going to reschedule and we're going to have a trial. Now, they hadn't answered it, answered no complaint, filed nothing in, or nothing.
But they do seem to give the pro se, you know, party more latitude there, and probably entitled, especially when it comes to things like that, where they don't understand the process.
That's right.
And maybe don't even have that much of an interest in the property. Some of these things, I mean, I've had some air properties I've dealt with. I mean, I had a chart nearby as big as the board up there, you know, showing all the family lines and all that, and we were able to close successfully, get everybody signed. But sometimes you can't find everybody.
That's right. I mean, Lord knows you're right about that. I mean, in fact, I had one down in the southwest part of the state where it came back on appeal because of one person that you had made an effort, but they thought we should have made more effort in trying to get that one person. In the end, it never was reached, but we had to go back through that process to be able to do that, just because of what you just said right there. And I think that's why I say I think that the courts do give enough latitude a lot of latitude to pro se people in taking that under consideration. Because, of course, you know, if they didn't, people like you and me, being lawyers, they wouldn't it'd be difficult for them if they had to really, they should, but if they had to operate on the standards they put us on to be able to do that. But they give them a lot of leeway, though, you know, and
yeah, they'll give them a little more latitude than us, but
they will give us.
And you know, and especially I do a lot of condemnation cases, and I see that there, and I don't, you know, generally don't make objections even. I'll just remind the court that, you know, after the landowner has said something that, well, the law is X, Y, Z, and lay it out, and judges in Madison County and Limestone County particularly are good at trying to explain to pro se landowners. But it's, you know, when we sometimes we're basically having to, and the only reason we're condemning, we may have the family members we've met, they agree with us. They agree on the price. They acknowledge the road needs to go there or the sewer line needs to go there, but they don't have the power to sign. And so we have to do what I call a friendly condemnation. Sometimes those can get not so friendly, but, and then, you know, we'll file suit. We sue the land. We have a guardian ad litem appointed, and, you know, and we work on that, you know, family chart as to who everybody's specific interest. And then, and while the guardian ad litem is charged with a lot of that, what I found is a lot of them want us to do the work. That's fine. The city's paying us to do the work. And then we lay it out, who the family members are. We interview family members, go through obituaries, things of that nature, and find the children, you know, siblings, things of that nature. And then, you know, we'll pay the money that, for the people that are not there, we pay it in a court. Everybody that appears in court gets their share, and the rest will sit there until it achieves to the state.
Yeah.
Of course, now under the new rule we just passed, it'll go to the county instead of the state.
And that's good for some of these counties. They could use a little boost, you know, in providing the services they provide. But you know, a lot of them have a lot to do with the facilities, and you know, most of these courthouses are in these county buildings, you know, and so that gives them an opportunity to maintain it and do those kind of things, you know.
We got a lot of bridges out there that need work on too.
A lot of them. That's the truth. You know, with this basketball, I have a chance to be all over the state. And you're right, some of them places we cross over, I be a little concerned my own self. You know, especially you got a big old school bus and you going across this little bridge and you wondering, is it gonna be all right? You know, so you're right about that.
And we've got places for school buses. I've got one in my district. We've got to figure out a way to get the improvements in there to get a traffic signal in, because I've got school buses crossing there, across a 4-lane U.S. highway. And they gotta, you know, go, you know, kind of get clear through the westbound traffic and then stop. Wait for the east, you know, that's not real good.
That's dangerous
when you got a busload of kids.
That's right. I agree with you on that. You know, I think that, didn't we have something with a bill that we did? There was something about the gas tax. And we said something about using for road and bridges.
There's some, and I think actually that bill we just passed on sheeting to the county may be designed for roads and bridges. I'm not sure. You know, the county commissioner over there, he knows.
Okay. Yeah, that was a House bill. He was just sharing with me, Senator Wall.
Okay.
The Klaus, right? Representative Klaus, that he had that provided that. And if you notice, I think I amended it to say that also that if they so chose to do, they could use it for mass transit as well. You know, so it just gave them the options. You know, whichever.
Ain't gonna do that in Perry County or Lowndes County. Or
they gonna do it in your district. They gonna do it in my district. They gonna do it in southern part and here in Montgomery.
Yeah.
Those are the 4 areas that they'll probably do that. But you're right. And those other areas, they gonna put it on bridge and roads. You know, and let me tell you something. I can see the positive impact of what we've been doing with the roads in different places going all around the state. You know, Saturday, I had the opportunity to go to Troy. And of course, we went down 231 and all those different ways there. You know, I had to go down to Troy University. And we were down there all day. So we went a couple places, and those roads, you could see where some of them had been paved. And you know that's a part of what we've been doing here, because they were freshly paved, you know. Now, of course, you know, I was doing one of the things I love to do best, and I was coaching. Because, you know, I probably shared with you, I coached the boys basketball at Ramsey High School. And so that's right. Lieutenant Governor been to several games. He's been in our gym at several basketball games. And you see me in action, and when I wasn't, he and I was sitting up there cheering and hooping and hollering. That's right. We had a good time. That's right. And so we was over there for that tournament. You know how they have the summer thing? The month of June is for high school basketball. So we got about 4 or 5 of them on weekends that we go all around the state and play in different arenas and different teams from different states and in our state. So we had an opportunity to go down there this weekend. And so it was wonderful, but the roads were what I'm saying. You see what I mean when I say I was on all them roads. And then for some reason, he didn't want to come up 65, so we went on a lot of the other roads.
I'll tell you, sometimes 65, in fact, I thought about bringing that up a second ago. Lieutenant Governor's been talking about this a little bit, but I got jammed up on it recently, too. Coming from the coast at a conference I was at down there, and there's times, I know people from Madison County that detour and go down Alabama Highway 5, you know, go in front of my parents' house rather than going 65. So at this point in time, I believe we are in position to move for final passage using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 328 passes. Thanks, Senator Van.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Spitherman. Secretary, call the next bill.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Mr. President, before we call the next bill, I'd like to jump in and take a few House messages, if I could, please, sir.
All right. Secretary, call the first message.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following Senate bill and returns same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill 322 relating to employment of notaries public. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Senator Van.
Mr. President, I move that we accept the House amendment using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs on Senate Bill 322. Thanks, Senator Van. Secretary, call the next message.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following Senate bill and returned same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 153 relating to criminal procedure. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
All right, Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This legislation is sponsored by Senator Barfoot, and he's in favor of concurrence using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs on Senate Bill 153. Thanks, Senator Reed. Secretary, call the next message, please.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following Senate bill and returned same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill 100 regarding state government. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Mr. President, this legislation, SB 100, was sponsored by Senator Orr, and he's asked for concurrence using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs on Senate Bill 100. Secretary, call the next message.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has received the accompanying message from Her Excellency the Governor proposing amendment to the bill, House Bill 217 relating to gross income.
Senator Reed. All right, Senator Van.
Mr. President, what this did is because some of the questions that did come up about this were how would it be administered, and the Department of Revenue thought it would be best that we don't affect the fiscal note on it, but we're basically putting the sunset, cutting it in half, but getting rid of the cap. And so now there would be a full all overtime. I think is a great opportunity for the workers of the state of Alabama that are working overtime not to have to pay income tax on their state portion. And hopefully the federal government will take note, and this will Alabama will really be a trendsetter here. And so Representative Daniels and I both agree to the executive amendment, and so I would move that we accept that, concur, and using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs on House Bill 217. Thanks, Senator Gavan.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Mr. President, before we move on to the next message, I just want a moment of personal privilege.
You're recognized.
I just want to recognize the senators that worked on this overtime legislation. Mr. President, this is a great example of, as we have had multiple times in this chamber and in this legislature this session, where you've got Republicans, Democrats, House members, senators working together on complex topics for the benefit of the people of the state of Alabama. This is an example of that, and I congratulate the minority leader from the House, who was the sponsor of the legislation, doing an excellent job in being able to bring this forward. I think this is great legislation that's going to benefit working folks in Alabama, and I'm excited about it. So thank you for that moment. We can continue with the messages.
All right, and I'd also like to point, Representative Daniels, great to have you on the Senate floor. All right, Secretary, call the next message.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has concurred in and adopted the report of the Committee on Conference on the disagreement of the two houses on the Senate amendment to the bill, House Bill 192, relating to the Alabama sunset law. Respectfully submitted, Representative Reynolds and Wilcox on the part of the House, Senators Barfoot and Gavan on the part of the Senate.
Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This legislation, again, was a sunset committee bill, and based on the interest of those that have been involved in this conference committee report, they're asking for concurrence with the conference committee report using previous role.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. 30 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs on House Bill 192. All right, Secretary, call the next message.
Report of Committee on Conference. We, the Committee on Conferees, appointed to reconcile the difference between the two houses concerning Senate Bill 299, have met, considered the matter, and agreed to the attached conference committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senators Orr and Smitherman, conferees on the part of the Senate, Representative Daniels, Garrett, and Keel, conferees on the part of the House.
Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a conference committee report on Senator Orr's legislation, and he has asked that we concur with the conference committee report using the previous role.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs on Senate Bill 299. All right, thanks, Senator Reed. Secretary, call the next message.
Mr. President, the House of Representatives has amended as therein shown, and as amended has passed the following Senate bill and returned same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill 301 relating to motor vehicles. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
I see the gentleman from Jefferson. He's interested in this legislation. I'll ask you to recognize him, sir.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Senate Bill 301 is the hands-free legislation that this body passed a few days ago. The House took it up this morning. They did pass it. There's one amendment, and Mr. President, I move that we concur in the House amendment using the previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Thank you, members.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs on Senate Bill 301. All right, I think this concludes the messages. Senator Reed.
Mr. President, a moment of personal privilege.
You're recognized.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, let me have your attention for a moment. We've been moving rapidly through this calendar and all of the work that we've had before us to deal with today. Let me thank you for that once again. We've got several other pieces of legislation that are being worked on by our colleagues in the House that are legislation we've made modifications and sent to them. We still have some conference committees that we're working on. Some of that information is going to have to come back to us. So we still have a little bit left to work on. And so the Speaker and I are trying to make sure that the two chambers are communicating as to what we're doing so that we are kind of keeping pace with each other on what the requirements are for these action items. What I'm going to ask for, Mr. President, at this point, I know the next item on our calendar is the last bill on the calendar, if I'm not mistaken, and Senator Jones is going to be handling that. Senator Jones is going to talk about his bill a little bit, but as he has conversation, we may get to a place to where I'm going to ask for a recess at the call of the chair just for a little while for us to all understand where we are and be able to make sure that our House colleagues and myself and our staffs are up to speed with each other. So I'll continue to monitor that, but we'll come back to you if we need to do that, and I'm going to ask Senator Jones to do an in-depth explanation of this important piece of legislation. And I know that he's going to do a great job, Mr. President, because even though as the bill is about cosmetology, he's told me that he doesn't have a lot of knowledge in that area. I did tell him that I had quite a bit of knowledge in that area, and that I would be glad to share with him anything he needed to know related to hair and the like.
My understanding is, Senator Reed, you got voted best hair of any pro tem in the U.S., so congratulations. So.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right.
Thank you, Senator Jones.
Yeah.
Y'all can debate.
Secretary, call the next bill on the calendar, please.
On page 15 of the calendar, House Bill 246 by Representative Pascal regarding cosmetology.
All right, Senator Jones.
All right, Mr. President, I've heard my directions from our pro tem. I'm going to explain this legislation, and I did tell him I was a little bit out of my league on this one, speaking on hair. So I'm going to try to learn, and there's several others in the chamber who probably need to as well. This is one of our licensure compacts. We've passed several of these in the past. I've carried 2 or 3 of them. One in particular we dealing with psychology, the other with counseling. And the reason these licensure compacts are so important is because they allow our military spouses coming into the state to begin to practice in their field while they are awaiting full licensure by our state. So for that reason, in order to protect our military bases here in the state, we want to help support these compacts, which helps our ranking so that we are seen as a more military-friendly state. And in doing that, help protect and keep the armed forces and the bases and the military installations we have here in the state. And so that's the reason why these compacts are so important. This one deals with cosmetology. So it's the Interstate Occupational Licensure Compact. And these are constitutionally authorized, legislatively enacted, legally binding agreements among states. The Cosmetology Licensure Compact will enable cosmetologists to get a multi-state license to practice in all states and join the compact rather than get an individual license in every state. So it's important, keeps them from having to get
Mr. President?
multiple licenses all over the place.
Yeah, Senator, real quick, I think the senator wanted to speak on the bill. And Senator Reed, we need you to come forward real quick. We had an issue come up. Go ahead, Senator Figures.
While Senator Reed is coming up, Mr. Pro Tem is coming up, I wanted to say, I beg the difference that you, Senator Jones, don't know anything about hair. Have you all seen his lovely wife's beautiful hair? There she is up in the gallery. So you do know a lot about hair, don't you, Senator Jones?
I married well, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
It's our understanding that, and it's germane to the bill, there was your birthday yesterday. So Senator Figures is going to lead us in happy birthday to you.
Yes.
I'll come out here.
Now everybody's got to join in. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear
Reed.
Happy birthday
to you. And many, many more. Happy birthday.
All right. Thank you, Senator Figures. And Senator Reed, happy birthday from everyone in the state. 49.
49 and holding. Thank you, Senator.
All right.
Well, unfortunately, back to a little more mundane topics. Let me talk about the licensure compact a little more. I'm learning, as we all are, about hair and the nature of hair. So this compact allows them, instead of having to get licenses in all of their states, they can just get licensed for one time, a multi-state licensure. Like the compact for a driver's license, so when we get Alabama license for our car, driver's license, we're recognized in other states. We can go and drive all over the United States because the Alabama driver's license is similar to that. Each compact member state agrees to mutually recognize practitioner licenses issued by every other member state. So how does this work? So let's say a cosmetologist lives in a compact member state and they want to work in another compact member state. Let's say that they're moving from Idaho. I don't know if they're a compact member state or not, but let's say they're moving to Alabama and we've adopted this compact. How would that work? So the home state would verify, Idaho would verify that the cosmetologist meets the compact's requirements, and they issue a multi-state license to that person. So this spouse comes to the state of Alabama, and they can practice there as they can in any other member state. A remote state can take action against the authorization to practice in that state. So if there are issues, they can do that. But only the home state may take action against the multi-state license. So that's kind of how that works. What other professions have interstate compacts? Well, we've talked about two that we passed here in the legislature, counseling and psychology, among many others. Medical licensure, MLC compact, nurse licensure compact, and the nurse practice and the advanced practice nurse compact. Emergency Medical Service Officials Licensure Compact, or the EMS Compact, Physical Therapist, Psychology Interjurisdictional Compact, Audiology and Speech Pathology Interstate Compact, Occupational Therapy Interstate Licensure Compact, and the counsel. We mentioned counseling. Good to see that on this sheet. So what's next after we pass this? The Licensure Compact model legislation has to be passed by our legislature, signed into law by the governor for us to become a member. And then that model legislation is available for other states for consideration and enactment during these legislative sessions. So who can use this licensure compact? You got to have the cosmetologist must have an active, unencumbered, single state cosmetology license in the compact member state in which they live to be eligible to apply for a multi-state license. A cosmetologist using the compact multi-state license must abide by the laws, regulations, and rules for the practice of cosmetology in the state in which they are located at the time of service. And if you'd like to learn more, you can go to cosmetologycompact.org. I'm sure it's a riveting reading, Senator Roberts. You can go there and check that out. Or you can email them. I've got an email if anybody would be interested. And I know my colleague may have some questions. I do have a whole other sheet. If we need to, we can go through and discuss the benefits for our military families. I've got some good information there. But
Mr. President,
Senator Roberts wishes to be recognized to dialogue with me.
I hate to interrupt a very intriguing conversation, but if I could be recognized to dialogue with my colleague,
Senator
I'd
Roberts,
appreciate it.
you are recognized.
Thank you, sir.
The interesting part about this is how critical it is that we do this for military families. And under leadership, Lieutenant Governor and others in our state, we've made tremendous strides in doing this. And the benefits are showing already. I think we'll see it for decades to come. And I really appreciate this bill in particular that Representative Kenneth Pascal, who comes from Shelby County, the delegation I happen to chair, bringing this bill. And it's one more step, one more cog in the gear, if you will, that turns this to make us, we're currently the second most friendly military state, and taxes would be the part that holds us back from being ahead of Florida, but we are working on that small bits at a time. So I am great for you representing him on this bill here today. But the state compact, so we have to pass something else for this, or?
No, this is it. We'll be part of the compact. It's a multi-state interjurisdictional compact. So I compared it earlier to your driver's license. You know, if you get Alabama license, you can drive in any other state in the United States because we're all part of a interjurisdictional compact. The same thing, this would allow the cosmetologists. I used Idaho for an example. I don't know if Idaho's a member, but let's assume that they are. You can get licensed in Idaho and then get that multi-jurisdictional license, and then you come here with your spouse who's in the military, and then you're set up. I've got
the great part is I know what NFIB has been very involved with helping get these done for their members throughout the state, and I appreciate the work that they constantly do for our smallest businesses. And this is one more step in the wheel that NFIB's had a positive impact on our state.
I agree. They are great, and this is, you mentioned its importance, you know, for our military friendliness, but just for the individual family. I want to read a quote. This is from Oklahoma Senator Adam Pugh, who is an Air Force veteran himself. He said that, and I quote, "I've talked to people in different careers. It's taken them sometimes 2 years to re-enter the workforce." Wow. So you already think, you know, come here, your spouse is out of work for 2 years, and their husband or wife's member of the military, they may be traveling overseas or away. It's quite a struggle
to come unaccompanied or to bring your family.
That's right.
At the hotel I stay, the last 2 weeks, we've had military families there that are coming in as a result of the expansion in purpose at Maxwell, the new fighter wing coming in, and both of those have been accompanied families. And I struck up conversations with them the mornings I've had the chance to have breakfast with them. And it's been fascinating to get their first impressions of Montgomery coming in. They're eager to look for a place to live, have little people running around, and it's exciting to see what that's bringing to this particular community here and our state.
Yeah, you're exactly right. There's another quote here from a doctor, a licensed pediatric dentist. She's also a military spouse. She said, "If there were already a compact, my husband and I wouldn't think twice about how we rank our duty stations and where we beg the detailer to assign us. It would be life-changing for us in many ways." Yeah. So they're sitting here looking and saying, "Hey, maybe don't send me to Alabama because I can't practice there. You know, send me out to Texas or, you know, Wyoming or somewhere else." So this helps put us at the top of the list. They're saying, "We're going to send you to Alabama." I say, great. They have great barbecue down there, great trails legislation that's just passed the House. They have, you know, ESG, you know, they've got legislation. I mean, and they're moving and shaking down there. We won't come down there. Yeah. They passed legislation on digital currency. Man, they're rolling. We're going to come down there to Alabama and just hang out with them.
Great place to start a business because of what our business climate is as well. So
yeah, lowering that top tax rate down for folks. Yeah. You know, got an innovative ecosystem.
In retirement, you know, stay here long enough to retire, what we've done there. So we've made some great strides this session, in particular along multiple lines that make us a more welcoming state. And I really appreciate this coming just to be one more cog in this wheel. So.
Yeah. Or maybe they may, hey, I hear they got no grocery tax down there, or less grocery tax down there. I'm going to come down there. We're going to move to Alabama, and I'm going to cut hair, color hair, practice cosmetology. Be great.
Any options to get hair to grow better?
You know,
No.
I'm going to talk to the pro tem on that.
There you go.
If anybody knows, I suspect he would know.
Mr. President,
Mr. Roberts.
I'd like to yield to my colleague. I think he's got a few things he'd like to say, if that's all right, sir.
Absolutely. Senator Kelly, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Senator, with this legislation, for those of us that are somewhat hair follically challenged, and I've always had aspirations of having dreadlocks and just hair on top of my head. Is there anything in this legislation that would help with those of us that are hair follically challenged and have the desire to have dreadlocks?
Well, I got some bad news for you, Senator. Unfortunately, that's not going to be able to happen. But if you wanted to live the dream, maybe you couldn't have it yourself, but you could give the gift to someone else. You could go into cosmetology, get your license, and then you could go and travel to other places and cut hair without having to get a license. Be great.
Well, my interest is not so much in cutting hair as much as it's growing hair. So if I was following this and I got my cosmetology license, would I be able to have a hair like our Senator Pro Tem has got that has the body and shape that it's got?
I know that our majority leader, Senator Schofield, knows a great wig shop. And where you could have a pro tem style head of hair. Let me put it that way.
So would that be wig or would that be, bound to the scalp? I mean, I see what Senator Schofield has got, and it seems to hold on pretty good in the wind, and when the wind blows, it doesn't move a whole lot. So it seems to be attached pretty firm, and I'm assuming there are more techniques to that.
We would have to ask him about that. I don't know about that. I've been grappling with it lately.
Well, I know Senator Schofield says it's real hair, and I know he's not just a member, he's a president of the club, and that has a lot to do with that sort of thing, But those implants, I'm not sure how long it takes for those to take root. Do you have any idea on that?
I honestly don't know, but I do know that getting it's half the battle. Getting the cream in it I'm not sure what kind of products you would need to have a head of hair like that, but you have to have something to grow, and it's half the battle, from what I understand.
Well, that makes sense, and I know that he's a farmer, so I'm sure he's got access to various types of fertilizer that helps his hair grow and maintain the body that he does there in that hair. So I think that's something that we can all aspire to. And these cosmetologists that you're referring to in this bill, I'm sure that they would like to study his head of hair that they can create future products in this manner.
Well, that's a noble suggestion. I'm not sure if he does fertilize it, what he uses. He was in the chicken business.
Well, that would explain a lot. I've heard that chicken manure will grow a lot of things. So that would tend to fall right in line with that. And my assistant, Ms. Watts, she's a cosmetologist as well. And so I'm sure that there's some techniques that she could probably learn from Senator Schofield on how to perfect her trade a little bit. In this bill, any of these people coming in from the military, from other parts of the country, I'm sure they would be enamored with Senator Schofield and his hair growing techniques.
I'll tell you this, you can learn a lot of things going to Marshall County. I found that out over the years.
I think that's an understatement, sir. I appreciate you entertaining my questions and answering those, and then furthering our knowledge for those of us that are hair follically challenged. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kelly, and our condolences. Let me read another quote or so here while we're just waiting. This is another quote about licensed compacts. The most frustrating part of getting multiple licenses over time is the process of having to obtain a number of verifications and documents from all states in which you were licensed previously. It's an incredible amount of time, money, and coordination that often requires repeated steps as documents are lost in travel from state to state. And here listed is the bottom line for military spouses. It allows active duty military personnel and their spouse to designate a home state and keep that designation as long as their service is active on active duty as a service member. If a military family gets assigned to a new duty station in a compact member state, the service member or their spouse can continue to work with their current compact license. And if the family gets assigned to a new duty station that is not in a compact member state, the service member or their spouse do not lose access to the compact, but would need to get a single state license in the new state if they wish to continue working in that state. So, there's some language in here by the Department of Defense taking care of military families. You know, part of this is integral as we talk about the Space Force. I know the Space Force and the location coming to Huntsville is a big deal. We're excited about that decision that was made, and I think we want to make sure that the United States government follows through and brings that exactly where it's supposed to be, which is in Huntsville, Alabama. I know Senator Butler, my good colleague over there, is he's very passionate about the Space Force, carried a number of bills on that. And as I understand it, it's not just people hear that and they think Star Wars and those kind of things. But as I understand it, every time you go and pump gasoline, for example, you swipe your credit card, you're using a satellite. And those satellites are vulnerable assets. And the future of conflict, it's been said, will take place there in space. You know, you think about it, if an enemy knocked out our satellites in space, they could cripple our economy for a while. Everything we do, you know, not a lot of people, as our pro tem calls it, American greenbacks. Not a lot of folks have a lot of cash on them these days, and some places don't even accept it, unfortunately. But
we dealt with one of those, I believe, this session. It was showing up at an Alabama High School Athletic Association event. That was a big one to get done.
Yeah, that was a huge deal. Folks be able to use cash and pay at a ball game instead of having to have an app on their phone and pay digitally. But yeah, these satellites are key to everyday life, and we've got to have some sort of mechanism in place to protect them, protect our way of life here. That's why it's so important that we get the Space Force at its proper home in North Alabama. That's going to benefit the whole state. And these kind of compacts are just additional, I'm going to call them feathers in the cap that we can use to help attract and bring forward our military pro-military posture, I'm going to call it, our pro-military designation as a state can be enhanced by these compacts.
Yeah.
So,
and then we need families to come as they're coming in to work here at Maxwell, and then also all over the state at our bases and posts, for them to be able to travel accompanied, and think of the impact that is on our schools, local communities, and everything else. And so, yeah, another reason on our education, what we've striven to get done this last session to enhance the education for our children in Alabama.
That's right. You know, I was surprised. Let me ask you, Senator Roberts, what would you say is the average assignment for a duty station for a military family? Just off the top of your head, what would
length of time?
Yeah, length of time.
2 years, 2.5.
Yeah, I would have thought it'd be a little more, but you're spot on. 2 to 3 years is the average time. So military families are highly mobile, and this level of mobility creates barriers to employment and career development for these spouses. You know, think about it, it's hard to move up. Especially if you're a cosmetologist, you got clients coming in and out, and by the time you build your network, you may be moving off to Wyoming or somewhere else. So it's I can see how it would be a challenge why more of these compacts are needed.
Yeah, you know, speaking of that comes back to business. And I tell you an interesting fun fact. If you remember, Florida lowered their corporate rate to 4.4% 2 or 3 years ago, but it was based on their revenue numbers. And they just declared for their fiscal year beginning July 1 moving forward that they're having to adjust their state corporate rate back up to 5.5. So I bet they will drop. Tax Foundation will probably lower them pretty significantly on their tax-friendly state status. And I think it's really good for what we're doing. And then if you remember, we passed something to do with throwback. We passed something to do with single sales factor. And Tennessee tried to emulate us this year. They did a very detailed algorithm of how you come up with a rate, but they were going 10x of single sales and on how they would determine their state apportionment factor with that. But the things that we've gotten done for business here is solid, and there's still a few pieces that we need to deal with on that, but that too will make us a much more friendly state in which to do business.
Yeah, I think any of those type of things would definitely serve to make it more attractive. We've done a lot of those kind of pro-business, streamlining government, smaller government, more impactful, less regulation. And that's what I see this ultimately as. You know, it's these compacts are basically cutting red tape for folks.
But you've got a business that you're trying to do some type of M&A activity in Florida right now, and their rates just went from 4.4 to 5.5 starting July 1. What does that do to your calculation, whether it's a small pass-through type entity or anything else, plus us being able to file at the pass-through level? We saw another benefit of that from companies this last round. So here again, working on this compact language helps every one of these small, largely in the NFIB scale type businesses that coalesce behind their representative here in Montgomery, who does a great job for us. But it helps all these businesses grow, because every business you go to, what do you see out front? Help wanted signs everywhere you go, and the ability for people to walk in and go to work as they visit. Maybe some they're at the hotel last week even will have the opportunity to come in and transfer a license and have immediate access to work.
Yeah, you know, I was just sitting here, just running through my head, just trying to think of, you know, we passed a number of pro-business, small business, anti-red tape, you know, anti-overregulation type bills this session. I know you carried several of them. We've talked about some of those that kind of, you're looking more forward and kind of big brother type stuff. I'm gonna use that word just to couch it in, but it's been a good year for, you know, we passed the incentives things to start off with, ARPA incentives, trying to make sure we're doing good things. You know, we've talked about these film tax credits, for example. We had a lot.
I would have loved to amend up another $10 million. We just couldn't quite get there this year on that.
Would have been great. Yeah, added music though.
I know.
To it, music videos and those type of things that are filmed.
10% out of the amount we passed comes out of future film credits. So yes, it's diversifying what that's used for, but next year I would love to see that increase. I saw a film crew working on Saturday morning. I took some grandchildren to breakfast, and they were sitting there shooting an Indian wedding type scene right across from the location where we were having breakfast, and I got to watch them work, cameras moving around. But I can see the day if we can continue to work with our film credits. You know, you've got Georgia, I think it's 150 million. You have some other of our competitor states that have an unlimited cap right now that they're doing. So they're attracting these films, and with the growth of all these individual film methods that we can take and absorb and see film. You're going even from the short film that launched probably 5 years ago, that IPO that went, all of a sudden that failed spectacularly. Billions of dollars were lost there, but you're seeing the way that we watch and consume film change. And so just this last 2 weeks, there are 2 Hallmark type films being done in and around Jefferson and Shelby County right now.
Did you say Hallmark?
Hallmark, yeah. But you know, Matthew McConaughey's there also doing another film right now. And these credits are critical. I've walked up to movie scenes. One was literally next door to me, and I walked over, talked to the producer who was there, and all he could talk about was, we're here because of the credits, what it helps us do and what we're able to do. But he said the hard part is, I wish he had somewhere we could rent the equipment in Alabama and have, instead of having to go to Georgia to rent all the equipment. And I've got a constituent that's working on a solution to that right now. So that'll be interesting to watch as we move forward. But that is a major potential revenue. And I believe that the factor is 10x on every dollar credit that we do there results in an additional $10 generated in revenue is the current number I'm seeing or hearing from revenue. And so that's something that I would love for us to continue to work on going forward.
Yeah, I think that's great. And, you know, there are benefits that pay off long after the film's gone. I'll give you an example. My wife and I we went to Helen, Georgia, and Dahlonega, Georgia, sometime over the winter break, just for a little extended weekend trip. Check them out. They have a lot of filming there for Hallmark movies, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Very popular in our household. I you know, often speculate that I could be a writer for Hallmark because some of the plots are very predictable. You know, guy you haven't seen in years comes back, finds his old high school girlfriend, but there's a problem, there's another man in the picture, and then some calamity happens and they all get reconciled and everybody lives happily ever after. You know, for example, you know, I could go on and on with multiple plots, but there were a couple of cafes in these cities that were featured in these Hallmark films. And so talked to my wife, we were like, hey, we need to go check these out, have a cup of coffee and see where this film was filmed at.
Yeah.
You know, so they're still reaping benefits years after. So what I'm saying is those places you mentioned in Jefferson County where they were filming at, they may, you know, they'll get an influx of folks coming in.
Absolutely.
To check out where it was filmed at. Kind of like, I think it was Bayou La Battery where Forrest Gump was filmed down there. And I'd heard the story of how they bought up all the shrimp for that one scene where the shrimp dump out on the boat. They bought everybody out for the entire day just for that scene, which they had to shoot several times, you know, dropping them out on the boat. So it's fascinating, but those kind of opportunities exist in our economy.
The locals, they get hired for fill-in, standbys, and whatnot there. So yeah, and plus people get excited, it generates a buzz, and so people are going out and then waiting on the movie to come in, and then very much like what you said, it becomes a tourism attraction as well. So
yeah, and you know those kind of things help market Alabama. You know, coming back to our military family, they're looking and saying, hey, this is filmed in Alabama. This sure is a beautiful place with a lot to offer. Sounds, you know, they're nice conservative folks down there, good quality of life, good country music and barbecue. We're going to come down there and love to go live in Alabama for a couple of years, maybe move there permanently. You know, we're having North Alabama. I'm sure you are in Jefferson, Shelby, which you have as well in your district. Folks are coming from all over, from other parts of the country to come and live in Alabama. And part of that, what we have to do is give them a good quality of life. And certainly making the state more attractive for tourism helps with that.
And in particular, the trails, like you just got done.
That's where I was headed. You got me.
I wasn't trying to jump the gun, but I am amazed at the impact that these trails are having all over our state. And within a decade, where you'll be able to go walking in Alabama. You noticed yesterday in Pelham, there was a big press conference that was held celebrating a $42 million grant that allows crossings over railroads that will be impactful. Senator Weaver was able to share with someone just today about that fact, and they're looking to move in that area, and that new bridge going in changed what they're going to do on the purchase of a home instead of being caught by these trains. But that's a big, big grant, and then the county was teed up as well as the city, so this will happen. But what was incorporated in that was both a bike and a hiking trail, so that trail can go right over the cross. There were two different crossings, one in Pelham Carlisle and one in Helena. And so that just feeds the trail system, so no one's hung up trying to run across the trail and get caught by a train. So,
Yeah, I'm so excited that the House just passed the Senate version a couple hours ago, or maybe a little less.
Congratulations.
And that now, well, thank you. That now goes to the governor's desk for her to sign. And I really think, you know, these trails, the reason they provide an attractive, you know, ambiance, if you will, for Alabama, they provide the opportunity for people to come and live and work. So I think we're good. We're ready to pass this bill. Senator, I'd love to talk with you more offline about trails, but
that'd be great. I appreciate that.
Thank you for the dialogue.
Thank you, sir.
If there are no other questions this time, I'm going to move for final passage of the Cosmetology Compact Bill using previous roll. Without objection.
Any objections? Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams,
30 ayes, no nays. House Bill 246 passes.
Thank you, Mr. President, members.
Senator Reed, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Looking good up there, Mr. President. We've got a couple of House messages. I'd like to take those, Mr. President.
Secretary, call the first House message.
message from the House. Mr. President, the House of Representatives has non-concurred in the Senate amendment to the following bill. House Bill number 304 relating to alcoholic beverage sales, and request a committee on conference. And the Speaker of the House has appointed as conferees on the part of the House Representatives Rafferty, Lovern, and Witt. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President, I would move that we succeed to the wishes of the House and go to conference. Previous roll.
Any objection to using previous roll? Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays. House Bill 304 goes to conference. The Senate conferees are Singleton, Gudger, and Carnley. Secretary, call the next House bill. House message.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has amended as therein shown, and as amended has passed the following Senate bill and returned same herewith to the Senate. Senate Bill number 213 relating to the Alabama Bail Reform Act of 1993. Signed, John Treadwell, Clerk.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Mr. President, this legislation is Senator Sessions' legislation. If he wishes to comment, he can, but he is wishing to concur with the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, 0 nays. The Senate concurs on Senate Bill 213.
Mr. President.
Senator Reed.
Mr. President, let me give everybody an update as to where we are. Our House colleagues are in a recess until 5:15. We have pretty much got in position now all of the other topics that we need to be able to finalize the things that we're working on with these House messages that we were waiting for. So we're in a position now to where I'm going to ask that we have a recess at the call of the chair, Mr. President, but expect that it's going to be about 5:15. If we get back at that time, we should be able to have both chambers understand exactly where we are and be able to get quickly to a sine die. So let me make that motion now, Mr. President. We stand in recess at the call of the chair.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we stand in recess, call of the chair. All right, the Senate is back in order. Back in session.
Mr. President,
Senator Barfoot.
if I could, I'd ask for unanimous consent to bring up HB 298.
All right, any
Mr.
objection?
President, objection.
All right, got an objection, Senator Singleton, so cannot bring it up.
Okay.
All right, we have a,
Mr. President, if I could ask for a moment of personal privilege.
all right, you're recognized.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we're in a hurry to get out of here. I just wanted to say a few words on some of the legislation that we've had this year. We've had a robust calendar, and it's throughout the session. We've had bills that, with dealing with immunity, we've run the gamut, as you might imagine, of bills that have come through here. At times, we've even addressed irrevocable trust. We've had a hodgepodge of different bills that have come through, and the Senate has taken up. Improbable as it may have been, and certainly we were not lackadaisical in our approach. We paid homage to the personal privilege. We paid homage to the military. We have done great work in here, I think. We have unequivocally stood to the task of what we tried to accomplish. We've showed empathy to the state and the citizens of Alabama in certain regards, and at various times, instead of taking a meat cleaver or a tomahawk to legislation, we've been surgical in our approach. Rather than just killing bills, we've tried to make sure that we've edified or improved some of those bills that have come before us. You get the point, I think, Mr. President. We've had a pretty good session, and with that, I'd just say thank you, members, and for
Give Senator Barfoot a round of applause. Senator Barfoot, good job.
Mr. President,
Senator Sessions.
Mr. President, I would like to say one thing about Senator Barfoot. At times, he is somewhat didactic.
Thank you, Senator Sessions. All right, we have a message. Secretary, if you, is that what you, all right, while we are here. So, all right, let's call the first message, please.
Message from the House, Mr. President. The House of Representatives has concurred in and adopted the report of the Committee on Conference on the disagreement of the two houses on the Senate amendment to the bill, House Bill 304, relating to alcoholic beverage sales.
All right, Senator Reed, or Senator Singleton.
Mr. President, we concur with the committee report. Move for adoption. Use the previous row without objection.
All right, any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
30 ayes, no nays. The Senate concurs on House Bill 304.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I apologize for keeping us here so late. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I've got a couple of things that I want to say. I want to make sure no one else has a word they need to share. All right. Well, with that, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, let me have your attention for just a couple of more minutes. I just want to say, first off, we have had a great legislative session. And the credit all goes to you as the members of the Senate. We want to thank our House colleagues as well. Mr. Secretary, we want to thank you and all your capable staff for all that they do for us. We want to thank the staff that work for me in the Pro Tem's office and the staff that work in the majority and minority leader's office, and we appreciate these folks so much. Lieutenant Governor, thank you, sir, for your leadership. We appreciate that. Jess, all of your team that works in the Lieutenant Governor's office and your staff. We want to thank the Legislative Service Agency, the legal and the financial folks, the smart people that work for us all the time. We appreciate them so much. Thanks to Governor Ivey and her staff and for her support of the things that we've done during this legislative session. I also want to thank our families. Our families support us in what we do in service to others. All of this staff has families that support them in their task and their jobs. We love and appreciate our families, and we appreciate their support for us. We've done important work for the people of the state of Alabama. thank you on behalf of them and from me as your President Pro Tem. God bless you all. With that,
Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Mr. President. Mr. P. Could I be recognized?
I only have one thing left to say, Senator.
All right, thank you.
Senator Smithman.
Thank you. As the designee from the minority leader to share our feelings and our thoughts, I asked him, I said, is anything in particular you want me to say? He said, no, just speak from your heart. I just want to say that I appreciate you first. I appreciate you, and I want everybody to know that. I think they do. That's friends and colleagues, but I want to tell them from his perspective as having been the pro tem. I understand that, it's tough, and when you got so many people and you got so many concerns and interests that you really done an outstanding job. You've done an outstanding job in bringing us together, moving all of us forward together, setting what some people call the template for us to move in such a manner that we can work hand in hand together. I want to thank staff. We sometimes have y'all in here talking about leaving journals open at midnight, and y'all have to hang around the hour before midnight and whatnot, but you all don't complain. You do what you got to do. And I want to, as well as the staff that works with both the majority and the minority leaders as well. But the biggest thing I want to say more than anything, I want to thank y'all. I want to thank y'all. I really do. Because you all have shown a level, and you have heard me talk about it, that we're supposed to be like a fraternity and sorority in here. We may not always agree on everything, but we're supposed to have each other's back. And you all have done a good job of that, and I just want to thank y'all. After being in this place 29 years, I've seen a lot of these sanitize. And I can just tell you that today, it's been one of the best days that I've had myself this particular year, because to see the way things flow today, just to see everybody in harmony and working the best we can together, I know that it had to start from you having a willingness to do it. And I'm talking about everybody over here as well. When I say that, my back is just happening to be to y'all, but I'm talking to everybody. So I just want you to know as you leave today, I hope y'all have a good time and everything go good for you when we're not together. And I want you to know from the bottom of our heart, and in particular from mine, I love y'all a whole lot. I mean that. And thank you all for sharing that same love with me. And I just want you to know that.
All right. Thanks, Senator Smithman.
Thank you, Senator.
All right. Senator Allen.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Pro Tem, for the last 12 years, I've had the privilege of working with someone in my office that had 42 years of experience in legislative affairs, Ms. Luann Miller. And she has did so much work for me. And give you a brief story. When I was elected in 2010, I was called to Selma to have lunch with a guy by the name of Nupi Cosby. And one thing that he said to me is that if you get good help like Miss Luann Miller, then she'll make you very, very proud. And one of the things that took place is that I didn't realize how true that was. So Luann, on behalf of myself and State Senate, because I know you helped a lot of people, not only in the last 12 years, but for the last 42 years. And so I just want to thank you for your service, not only to me, but to the state of Alabama for those years. Thank you, Luann.
All right. Thank you, Senator Allen. Now, Senator Reed, looking for something from you.
Again, God bless you all. I make a motion that we stand adjourned, sine die.
All right, you heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Let's work.
Any opposed, stand adjourned, sine die.
Thank you, Mr. President.